but a little bit of news out there, and there's actually something. The reason why I was just a little bit delayed was because there is actually something for us to take a look at over on WWE Shop. So we will get to that in a second, but let's have a look, shall we, at what we've got on the show tonight. What we've got on the show is LA Knight taking on Jimmy Uso. We've got the return of Solo Sikoa, and we've also got a triple threat match that's been announced. So this is going to see the Brawling Brutes, it's going to see Pretty Deadly, and it's going to see the Street Profits going up against each other. So that's a triple threat. I think like a #1 contenders match. Brawling Brute, Street Profits, Pretty Deadly will battle for a #1 contenders for the undisputed tag team titles, and they will go up against the Judgment Day. So it is a #1 contenders match. As well as that, what will the new and improved Damage Control have to say tonight? So we're going to be hearing from those guys. Also, tickets are on sale for the UK tour in April. So Birmingham on the 17th of April. Cardiff, I should really go to one of these, shouldn't I? Birmingham on the 17th, I should really probably try and go to if it is a day that I can make. Let me just have a look. When's that? The 17th is a Wednesday. Don't know. I'll have a look at it. I'll have a think. Birmingham on the 17th, Cardiff on the 18th, London on the 19th, and Belfast on the 20th. So that's a tour getting announced yesterday, and they're saying that tickets are on sale right now. And there is new Bray Wyatt merch. This is what I wanted to look at. I didn't realise there was just a graphic for it. That's quite nice. That's quite nice. Let's have a look, shall we, at this Bray Wyatt merch. So the story here is that the family of Bray Wyatt have come out with some new merch. And this merch is all proceeds go to the family. And so it's kind of a nice gesture. It's called the Bray Wyatt Legacy Collection. So Bray Wyatt Legacy Collection. Available now. All proceeds go to his kids. I'm sure I did just read that. I don't want to say that if that's not true. I know they do get money. How much money? How much money do they get? I saw this on The Observer. It's in partnership and it says will benefit. So let's word that right. It might not be all proceeds, but it will to benefit Bray Wyatt. Okay, I've just put that up on the YouTube channel, on the community thing, but we're going to have a look at the collection. Go over here. So this is the merch. This is the Bray Wyatt Legacy Collection. I haven't looked at these designs, so we'll have a look at them and we'll see which one I would go for personally. First one is this one. So it's slightly at an angle, which I'd like to see the other side. Can I? No. Can I? No. So you've got the Firefly logo in the middle, the Bray logo. You got the Fiend. You got the puppets. Funhouse Bray. I can see Cult Leader Bray. So Funhouse Bray. Cult Leader Bray, the Fiend, the puppets, let me in. So no, I don't mind that. It's not bad. Last purchase 6 minutes ago. So they are selling, which is good to see. That's fun, isn't it? It tells you when they were last purchased. When was this last purchased? Last purchase 3 minutes ago. Oh. When was that last bought? Last bought 23 minutes ago. Wow, it looks like this Bray stuff is selling very well. Let's have a look at this, just random, 7 minutes ago. God, it gives you a good idea of, let's find some random. That's random. When did that last sell? 3 hours ago. Still, someone bought this 3 hours ago. I didn't know that you could do that. I didn't know that you could look to see when items had last sold. When did that last sell? Oh, we were looking at this. 17 minutes ago, they sold one of these giant inflatable Santas. That's some... God, I really want to get stuck into this now. Dana Brooke. When did this last sell? More than a day ago. That's probably a standard answer, isn't it? If something is really slow at selling, they probably do just go more than a day ago. If it was more recent than that, then they'll put like the minutes. Let's have a look. Let's do one more. Eddie, John, these are all quite credible. Randy, Liv. Should we go Liv? Let's go Liv. Let's go. Oh, is this a new design? It was 9 hours ago. Still not bad, though. Anyway, I got distracted. Let's go back and let's have a look at this Bray Wyatt legacy. So we looked at that first one. Don't mind it. This one is the Fiend, and he's holding up Bray's face. So it's a bit weird. Because... No, we never actually saw that, did we? It's kind of a bit trippy. That would have been cool, though. Imagine if the Fiend came out with a Bray Wyatt face mask. That would have been sick. I like the concept. I like the idea of it, but because it's not a thing that we ever actually got, I probably wouldn't go for that one. I like this one, to be honest. I think this or the first one, I think. Lovely image. I mean, what a fantastic image that is. Brilliant image. Let me in. Logo on the back. Simple. Maybe a little bit too... it looks a bit like it's just slapped on, if you know what I mean. Like, maybe they could have made it feel a bit more a part of the shirt. Whereas this just feels like, let's get a random black shirt, let's slap this picture on. Like, do you know what I mean? It feels a bit... So maybe for that reason, I would go with this, because this feels... That doesn't feel slapped on. You see what I mean? Like, it's got a little fade at the bottom. Like, the logo's kind of... It very much feels a part of the shirt. I kind of like that. And that doesn't feel like we've just stuck it on. Whereas that picture does feel like we've just gone... and slapped it in place. So maybe it's still the first one, but I do love that image. I do love that image. This one doesn't feel like it's slapped on either, to be honest. This one feels like it's got quite a bit going on. And it's kind of cool. Again, you got the puppets. I think, is that Eric Rowan in the top left as well? Eric Rowan. We got half Bray's face, half the Fiend. So they've done a 50-50 vibe. That would have been cool for a match. If he had had a 50-50 mask at one point as well. I mean, obviously we could have done all this. I think the first one, to be honest. You know, you'll have to let me know which way you're leaning. But looking at these options, I think this first one's the one that I would... That with some jeans, I think would look quite cool. I like the colour as well. It feels quite intense. So, yeah, we've got those 4 shirts have been released, I believe, today. And then, obviously, you've got, like, you know, all the older stuff that's on there as well. So, I just wanted to quickly have a look at that because, to be honest, I only saw this moments before we were about to go live. And I was like, oh, okay, definitely need to talk about that. And I didn't get a chance to look at them, so I wanted to just spend a couple of moments doing that. The other thing as well is that if you are in the Chicago area, then there is this information. So Survivor Series War Games Superstore, that is going to be at the Rosemont, Illinois 5490 Park Plaza, maybe. And normally at some point there will be some sort of person that will rock up there. There'll be someone that goes and makes an appearance. I'm a bit distracted because look, see this? Look, this person here says, "Can you see it?" No, no, I can't see it. Are they claiming that that is in there somewhere? Are they claiming that that is in there? It's probably just someone trolling, but I was just momentarily distracted because I was like, no, I can't see it. I think they're just trolling, to be honest. I think they're just trolling. So, yeah, information on that as well. David said that first Bray shirt does look fire. Yeah. I mean, look, they should have done this a long time ago, but I'm not going to be critical of them because it might be a case that they've actually done some work with the family to come up with designs that look good, that the family want, you know? But this is something we said, like, on the day, like, where's the Bray merch? Like, you went on there and there was just a few basic things. There wasn't really much adventurous. And it's like, well, if you're a Bray fan, and at that point they were saying all proceeds go to the family, but if you're a Bray fan, you probably had that merch anyway. So where's the, just anything? A flipping keychain? Anything new? Anything that's new that Bray fans don't have that they could buy to support the family? There just wasn't anything there. So, you know, now we've got these new shirts, which, no offense, they don't look like they took the longest to put together. Certainly not that one that's got the picture. I mean, that I could have done that in half an hour with the let him in. Maybe some of the other ones have got a bit more work to them. But if you know what you're doing, if you're a T-shirt designer, I still think you could chuck that together in a few hours. So, bit disappointing that it's took so long. But either way, still lovely to see that we're still not forgotten and we're still supporting the family. So, yeah, not down on that at all. Right, let's get over to the chat. Hayden, I hope you're well, Hayden. I don't feel like I've seen much of you recently. Let's go over to the chat. We'll jump into the chat and then we will get into the news. But there's not much news, to be honest. Obviously, we put the video out about Mercedes not being the person that's going to be announced. There is a belief that we know who that is now, though. Michael said, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Michael. Hope you're doing well, buds. Mitchell said, please, can AJ Styles return tonight? Don't know what's happening with him, actually. And I haven't seen any rumors on him either, so I really don't know what's happening there. But it would be nice to get him back. This is not the go-home episodes for Survivor Series, so if it was go home, I would be a bit more inclined to say probably not. But because it's not the go home, maybe there is a chance that he could come back. But I think at this point, I would be leaning towards him returning after Survivor Series. Maybe get Survivor Series out the way and then like we can start afresh after that. We do see that after shows, after pay-per-views, premium live events, we tend to like hit the reset and we start with some new feuds. So maybe it could be that we just are going to have to wait a couple of weeks till we get Survivor Series out the way. Unless he's going to be a part of it, of course. Unless he's going to feature and be a part of it. PJ93 said, you should do a vlog if you do go. Yeah, I need to see if I'm going to go first, to be honest. I mean, it's a Wednesday, so my first thought was, well, I could go, but then I need to get back in time to do, like, the AEW stream. So, I mean, I've been struggling with AEW. If I don't have to race back to do the stream, because by that point we've gone, you know what, I can't take it anymore. It's like flipping water torture. Then I may go, yes. But, if we're doing the AEW stream still, then, I don't know, it might get in the way. Because chances are that ain't going to finish till about 11. You know? By the time I've got out there and got back home, I'm easily pushing 1 o'clock, which is going to be the time that the stream would begin. So, you know, because we stream so much, like pretty much every day, it obviously gets in the way of things. So that would be the barrier. That would be what would prevent me. Hayden, hope you're well, bud. Said Days, I hope you're well, and I'm hyped for Smackdown. Yeah, so quick recap. So LA Knight against Jimmy Uso. Solo Sikoa is being billed as returning tonight. We've got Brawling Brutes against Pretty Deadly against the Street Profits, #1 contenders match, and Damage Control are going to be on the show as well. So we've got a few things for us to get our teeth into. News-wise, obviously we've just looked at the Bray merchandise. The big news, though, is tomorrow is AEW Full Gear, and there is someone that's going to sign, and the belief was that it was going to be Mercedes Moné. Now, if you don't want it spoiled, just don't listen, right? But the belief, and this isn't confirmed, but the belief is that it's going to be... Go away if you don't want to know. Will Ospreay, right? Now, this is coming from, I think, Matt Men podcast or something. They're the ones that are saying that that's who it's going to be. They're pretty confident on it as well. I don't think they're speculating. I think they've got a source. So that is who it's expected to be. That news dropped today. So we'll have to see if it does go that way. The reason why that would be a big deal is because WWE were interested. And there was a bit of a belief that they might be able to get him signed or over the line. But seemingly not. And seemingly it looks like it's going to be AEW that are going to win out on that one. Adam said Logan Paul is the United States champion. He is. He's going to come to Australia Elimination Chamber 2024. What did WrestleVotes say about Full Gear? Don't know. Haven't seen anything from WrestleVotes. Have they put something out? Let's have a look. WrestleVotes. Their last tweet was yesterday. I'm told that WWE and the Big 12 Conference are nearing an agreement, which was true, which would allow WWE to produce licensed Big 12 merchandise focused around the upcoming college football bowl season. Another big step in the sports world for WWE. I don't know how much those titles have worked for them. I mean, we don't get those numbers. I don't know who is buying a WWE NFL belt. I'm sure someone is, I'm sure someone is. But if I think about football, I don't think, do you know what would be perfect? A belt, a wrestling belt. I said before, I support Man United. If they started selling Premier League belts, I wouldn't buy one. Why? What? It doesn't mean anything. I don't get it. I don't understand. So, yeah, now they're going into Big 12 merchandise, which is college football. It's crossover. I mean, I don't know. Does it get them onto their shows? Rather than just keeping yourself to yourself, like, do you get to advertise during the college? That's not bad, is it? I mean, even if you can just get the WWE logo on screen during like college football or during the NFL, it's probably worth partnering up with them just for that. So maybe there's something more to it than just selling the merch, because I don't know. How many of them are you selling? They're not cheap, are they? They're not cheap. So I don't get it. This afternoon, the women's War Games match was listed as Io Sky, Bayley, Kairi, Asuka, Bianca. Io Sky, Bayley, Kairi, Asuka versus Bianca, Charlotte, and Shotzi. A fourth member for the Faces team wasn't listed. An official announcement is expected later tonight. Well, that was ages ago. That was about 6 days ago. I'm expecting Becky to be added to that. I don't know if she has been, but I'm expecting her to be added. I can't imagine a big name like that being left out. So, yeah, that's all WrestleVotes have said. They haven't said anything else. William said, I'm going to release a spoiler. If you don't want it spoiled, please don't read my comments. Full Gear will suck, no matter who it is. Shout out to you. Miss Cowan said, I've got 65 of those belts. They've made them for you, but I did wonder who the market was. Turns out it was you. Godfather's Host said, I'm very stoned. I'm still in awe of that guy from Japan on Dynamite riding a bike and hitting people. Worse than Big Show throwing a punch the week before. Wrestling is at an all-time low. Do you know, I was talking on the member stream about that, and I haven't seen really any talk about it. Now, I haven't looked for any talk about it, But normally you don't need to go looking if something is quite a big conversation. And I am surprised at how quiet that's been. I think it's one of the funniest things I've seen this year. And certainly one of the... I don't know how to word it, to be honest. I mean, it was bad. It was really bad. Him wobbling his way down to the ring and just bopping people with a plastic pipe. But I don't know. I don't know if people have just kind of gone, do you know what? That whole match was just, for me, it was a mixed bag. I think they did manage to save it. I don't think that it was a complete car crash, but maybe to others, they just checked out. Perhaps for others, they just stopped watching or something. The rating did come in, though, and I don't think it was the worst rating in the world. Let's have a look at WrestleNomics, because the Dynamite rating came in. I think WrestleNomics got it. WrestleNomics, or it should have it. They always have it. 823. 823. I mean, they've just got an audience that's around that 800, 850 mark, isn't it? And whatever it's going to be, that audience is very, very dedicated. So you've got to give them respect. You've got to give them respect. You know? They've got the audience, and that audience is watching week in, week out. And in all fairness, there is a show this weekend as well. So, you know, people probably wanted just watch to see what those final touches were going to be for Full Gear. And Full Gear, of course, is tomorrow. We are doing that this weekend. I'm a bit worried about it because I don't quite know how many people are going to join us for it. But, you know, that is our stream tomorrow. It's a wrestling stream. It's clearly not Wembley. And it's clearly not All In or even Double or Nothing. This is one of the smaller shows that they do. So we'll see. We'll see. I think that announcement is quite interesting. And people, I think, might tune in to see if the devil gets revealed. But, you know, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Right. Days, did you know that I had met Kurt Angle at a meet and greet, says Dakota. I didn't, but that's awesome. Kurt's an awesome guy. John said, thoughts on WWE UK having CM Punk gear on one of their offers? So I don't know where this is. I did get sent a picture of it. I don't think it is WWE UK. The image that I got sent said WWE DVD, which is the WWE Home Video UK. Now, anything that is going to be, anything that's like that is, I believe, a different company. There's a different company that are going to be running this. So, I mean, I don't think there's anything to it, to be honest. I don't think there's anything to it. It's not WWE as in WWE. This is like WWE's UK home video department, which is so far removed from like their WWE headquarters that, I mean, this could just be, I haven't even seen where it's come from. I don't know. I can't even find, if you go to their website, I can't find anything to do with CM Punk. I can show people the image that I got sent, though. The image that I got sent was... Let me find it. It was this one. It got sent from Julian's baby. So shout out to Julian's baby. I don't think there's anything to this, but it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate receiving things. Where is the download thing? There it is. So this is it here. So you can see, look, that this is WWEDVD.co.uk, which is, it's WWE UK's home video website. Now, I genuinely don't know if that is even WWE. The reason why I say that is because WWE Kids Magazine, which is also based in the UK, is not run by WWE. That's run by, I want to say Fremantle, which is a separate company. And they basically have got the license. They've got the license to make WWE magazines. So they pay WWE a load of money. WWE go, yes, you can make our magazine. They then make the magazine. They keep, the profits and then give like 20% to WWE, right? And that's how it works. That's the business model. So I have no idea if that's not the same thing that's happening here. A company is making these DVDs for WWE in the UK, and then the money gets like basically split between them and WWE. It could be the same thing there. And if that's the case, WWE won't have as much involvement as what some people might think they've got involvement. It would be a bit like WWE Kids Magazine putting a cheeky little CM Punk thing in their magazine just to get people excited and speculate and basically talk about the magazine. For example, right now we're talking about this website that we've never spoken about before, and we're only doing it because of this right here. And I don't even know where this is from. I can't find this. If you go to www.dvd.co.uk, I can't find this image. So I don't know if it's current, if it's old, if it's a cheeky little tease, if there's more. I mean, there's a few little bits that are dotted in, but where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of this image? So I don't know if this image is doing the rounds at the moment. I don't know if this is something that people are speculating over. I genuinely don't know. But I've been onto the website just to have a little look around, see if it jumps out at me or if anything jumps out at me, and I can't find anything. So for me personally, I don't think it means anything. But it's up to you to decide if you think it means anything. Although what I have found is I found this, which is coming out. This is Christmas Classics DVD, which is 44% off. Should be $17.99. It's now $9.99. And it's basically the best of like the Christmas stuff. Join WWE and legends, including John Cena, in this collection of classic Yuletide matches and moments. So we've got The Rock's 12 Days of Christmas. We've got Kurt versus Santa Claus from WWE Armageddon. Santa wins the 24/7 title. And much, much more. So I don't mind these collections. These collections are just... That's when Del Rio ran over Santa. True story. And they're like, I don't mind these collections. These are just a bit of fun. That's the kind of thing that when I used to work in an entertainment store, I would buy that on Christmas Eve, and I would go home and probably watch it Christmas Eve when having a drink. And that's how I would welcome in Christmas Day when I lived down in Southampton. So I don't mind those sets at all, to be honest. Boom. Tyler said Randy was last seen on May 20th on Friday Night Smackdown. Look up the upcoming edition of Monday Night Wars. It's the same arena for November 20th. Okay. Yep. Cool. Good shout. I think he could come back next week. There are big rumors of him being at Survivor Series, yeah. Not JPEG said, there's still a better possibility of a WWE celebrity guest, Ben Stiller or Adam Sandler. What? Are we asking, like, could there be celebrity guests? Where? Survivor Series. Are they Chicago? They're not Chicago, are they? Are they Chicago? I don't know. Do we tend to do that? We don't, do we? We don't really have celebrities in the crowds, although it is something that we should look to start doing. I always thought that was fun when we cut to the crowd and there was a celebrity there waving. So if there are some famous Chicagians, then maybe we could put CM Punk in the crowds. You know, if he's not going to be on the show, maybe we could just bring him in to have a little wave. That'd be lovely. That might satisfy people. AEW definitely does some stuff wrong, but it's a company built for wrestling fans who were tired of the WWE way. It's great to have more wrestling for the fans and the talent. Yeah. Punch said, Will Ospreay's match was amazing. Backlash 2024 is in Lyon, France. What are your thoughts of WWE and the Paris Olympics taking over France in 2024? What's the connection? What's the connection between WWE and the Olympics other than they're both arriving in France next year? It's interesting, I suppose, that they've got the Olympics and that WWE are going to be going there for the first time, putting on a premium live event in the same year. So from that respect, you could go, that's a fun coincidence. Is it a coincidence? Are they doing it for a marketing reason? I mean, I can't see why, because I think they're going there in May, early May, and the Olympics won't be until June, July, you know? So if they were going to be there at the exact same time as the Olympics, then I would be like, oh, that's clever. Because that means when people are talking about France and the Olympics, WWE will pop up because they are in France at the same time. So I'd be like, that's clever. But this is months before. I've just had a little look, and the Olympics start on the 26th of July, whereas WWE, I think, are there on like the 4th of May. So I don't think there's like a crossover there. I think it's just a quirky little coincidence, to be honest. If it turns out that there's a strategy for it, though, I'd be very interested to know what that strategy is. Genuinely, I'd be interested to know what that strategy is, because I'm not sure that I can see it at the moment. If it was at the exact same time, then I would say brilliant. Brilliant. To be in France at the exact same time as the Olympics, and France is big. You don't need to be in the same place as where the Olympics are. I think the Olympics are largely in Paris. So, you know, if you could get an arena like somewhere else in France, it'd be a little bit like coming over to London 2012 and running a show in Manchester, right? Or going to the Liverpool Echo, right? They're like putting a show on at the same time. Everyone's talking about London, and you've got a show on in the UK. You've got a show on in England. Like, you know, could you ride some of those keywords? Could you get some more free exposure? Like, to me, that's clever. That's clever. I could see the benefit there, but these are like months apart, and I don't see how they're going to connect, other than the fact that they are both happening in the same country in the same year. So I don't really have many thoughts on it, to be honest, because I'm struggling with the connection. But if anyone can see like a business benefit, then I mean, the only thing I can think is that when the chatter first starts and people put France, WWE may pop up because they've just been there. But that's only going to be for a very short time, because the tidal wave of sport that's coming, the tidal wave of sport that is going to happen, how often is WWE going to pop up? So I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm struggling to see the connection, other than that it's just a quirky little coincidence. Possibility of Mickie James going back to WWE. I think that quite good, not JPEG, to be honest. I think it quite good because Nick Aldis is there, and that's his wife. She's been there before. She's a legend. She's gone back and forth before. Why can't she go back again? I'd think it very high. Yeah. Edward said, Days, the funeral went well. It was on Wednesday. I'm still hurting, and I hope you are well. Edward, shout out to you, man. I'm glad the funeral went well. I'm glad that things are looking up. I'm glad that things are looking good, buds. And thoughts with you and the family, as always. So, you know, Hardest part over, to be honest. I mean, not that it's going to get greatly much better, but the funeral is the hardest part, you know. So now it's just about trying to move forward, you know. Obviously not forgetting, but trying to move forward. And yeah, thoughts with you, bud. Thoughts absolutely with you. Big Time says, to be fair, Raw can be bounced all over the place and can go from 1.3 to 1.8. With AEW, the positive is that it's stable, but it never shows signs of an uptick. Tommy said, a punched Ospreay is an entertainer, not a real wrestler. College wrestlers are real wrestlers, says Tommy. Stephen said, Days, good evening to you. We have a new kitten. Her name is Libby. To help my wife's mental health, SmackDown last week was epic, and I hope for the same this week. Stephen, shout out to you. Shout out to your new kitten as well, Libby. James said, WWE 3 to 4 million watches every week, and AEW barely gets 1 million for their 3 shows combined. Yeah, it has been stagnant, it has been flat, but if I was going to try and find a positive, I would say that it's not. It's just always the same. It's just always 8 to 850, innit? That fan base is so loyal. So, I mean, that fan base. Tony should find a way of like taking them all out for a meal, because they have stuck with this show and they have stuck with that promotion. And if they can now in 2024 find a way of moving forwards, it is 100% that company is being built on the support and the loyalty of that 8 to 850,000 people. It's being absolutely built on their backs. So like the loyalty is incredible for that show. So yeah, you got to say, you know, there's definitely an audience for AEW, and they are either enjoying the products or they are weathering a little bit of a storm, knowing or hoping that better days are, you know, ahead. So got to give him props for that. But it is true that, you know, this year it has been very stagnant. Adam said, WWE have changed the location from Paris to Lyon due to Olympics being there 2 months after. WWE decided to move it. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know they'd moved it. I don't know why they would move it, unless it was a case that there's rehearsals or, I don't know. Why would you move it 2 months before? I can't remember what was happening in the country 2 months before the London Olympics. I mean, maybe it's a case that they're doing dress rehearsals. I mean, the Olympics is such a big thing. The eyes of the world is on your country. You have to make sure that you deliver. There's real pressure on everything going like clockwork. And it could be a big national embarrassment if you get it wrong. So if WWE have moved because Paris want to make sure that their venues are locked down for a period of time, or perhaps they think that there's, I don't know, perhaps they're thinking there's not going to be as much money around. I mean, that's something we didn't think about. I mean, if I'm in Paris, I'm going to the Olympics. When the UK had 2012 London Olympics, I went, and it cost a lot of money, like a couple of £1,000, which I'd saved a long time to afford. And so I wasn't going to shows. I wasn't going to any other shows. So maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe it's a case that people in Paris are saving their money to go to the Olympics, which means that any other shows like WWE, this maybe just is not a good time. So it's funny, we were just talking about, I don't see the significance. I don't see the business. I don't see how it's positive for them to be going so close to the Olympics. I'm struggling to make that connection. I'm struggling to find out why it's where's the business benefit to that? If it was at the same time and you could ride the keywords and you could get like more exposure, free exposure as people are searching for France and searching for Paris, then I can see that. But actually, that's a downside. That's a negative that I didn't think about. And that is that people may have saved their money and they're spending it on the Olympics rather than spending it on other shows. And maybe that's a factor for them to move over to Lyon. Dark Knight said, moving it from Paris might be the right decision. Some of the suburbs are really dangerous. Did we not see what happened in the Champions League final? Jim said, Justin Trudeau already makes Canada a national embarrassment. Lol. Not JPEG said, was Alberto Del Rio more than a JBL wannabe? I never liked Alberto Del Rio, so I'm not really in a position to defend him. I don't know that he was a JBL wannabe, but I think that you could make some comparisons between the two. I think that for me, JBL was better. I think Del Rio was a better wrestler. I think that JBL obviously could talk, could cut better promos, had a little bit more about his personality. I think both of them are meant to be a little difficult outside of the ring. Although I think, JBL is meant to be more of a ribber who can take ribs a bit too far and be a bit malicious as well at times. I mean, there's lots of reports of like bullying backstage and things, whereas Del Rio, I think, is just, I think he's just a hothead, man. I don't think he looks to bully people particularly. I think he just is a hothead. And I honestly don't know about the JBL reports. I mean, obviously there's been a few stories over the years, which could have just been ribs that got out of control, It could. I think that, to be honest, I think JBL backstage, I think that he was very much someone that believed in the old school. So, to get into the business back in the day was difficult, right? People getting into the business now just haven't got a clue how hard it was. Like, the locker room was a daunting place. Everything's so welcoming now. Everything's so lovely and so, business-like. Whereas back in the day, it was like, the boys ran the locker room and you needed to be accepted. And there was a lot of ribbing that was going on and practical jokes and things getting taken way too far. And there was a lot of stuff that went on. And I think that JBL kind of came into the business under that. And I think as the business began to soften, I suppose in the way that the world has kind of softened. And I think that JBL has kind of tried to make it a bit difficult for people. He's tried to give them a taste of what he had. And I've always interpreted it that way, more than him just being an outright bully. I think it was more a case of him trying to give people a taste of what he had gone through as well. Which, maybe paints him as a bully. But I think there was, I think outside of the ring, I've heard stories of him being difficult. And I've definitely heard stories of Alberto Del Rio being difficult. But they're kind of different stories, if you know what I mean. One of them is like getting into full-blown brawls and cheating on his wife and all that stuff. The other one is someone playing practical jokes and, maybe a bit of bullying and taking things a bit far. So there are similarities, but then there are differences between them as well. So, I would say that for me, Del Rio just didn't really bring much. I think he was a great in-ring competitor that I think maybe was underrated for his in-ring work. I think that his personality just didn't really shine through for him. They had the entrance with the cars. He had his own personal ring announcer. They tried to lean into that. He had some good reactions and things, but he was never someone that I was crazy about. I remember there was a rumor a few years ago that they were looking to bring him back. And I remember thinking, God, why? Why are we doing that? Why are we don't need to. Like, we've got loads of wrestlers. He ain't going to bring much in the way of star power unless he was a big boost to ratings in Mexico or something. I don't know. We never get those numbers. So unless like they were trying to bring him in to like really boost the numbers in Mexico. But saying that, we've got Ray and we've got like, We had other people around at the time. We got Dragon Lee now. We got LWO now. We got Santos now. So I don't think we needed him. And they apparently those rumors were false anyway. So yeah, I can't say I was ever the biggest fan, to be honest, when it came to Alberto Del Rio. Mitchell said, "Hear me out. Is it possible Santa is the signing?" Could you imagine that? Oh my god. Imagine that. Everyone admires him, and it's he's one of the best athletes in the world because he's got to get around a lot of houses in a very short period of time, and then it turns out to be Santa. Do you know what? If they did that, I would just have to give them props. I would just have to give them props because that would be trolling on a level that I would admire. To be honest, if Tony Khan built it all up like that, people tuned in, bought the pay-per-view, and then it turned out that the signing was Santa, I would... Oh, God. At that point, you'd have to go, man, he's doing this on purpose. This isn't... This is either he's gone mental and he's doing it for ratings and he just keeps going to the well and people keep biting, so he just keeps doing it. Or he's trolling. Maybe he's trolling. I don't know. But part of me would respect it. Part of me would respect it because, man, that would be wild. That would be wild if it turned out to be Santa. That would be wild. Sean said, if WWE lost out on Ospreay, it would be tough. If interest in Okada brackets reported and Julia turn out into signings, would that be solid consolation? I don't think WWE need any of these people, to be honest. They don't need them. Right? None of these people are big names. No disrespect to Ospreay. Big amongst wrestling fans, but wrestling fans make up a very small number, right? And WWE fans we're quite happy with Trick Williams. Quite happy with Ilya Dragunov. Quite happy with Bayley, Bianca, Becky. Do you know what I mean? Like, if we could get Ospreay, if we could get Okada, if we could get... I mean, I don't even know Julia, but, you know, if these are meant to be fantastic wrestlers and we can bring them in and accommodate them, yeah, of course you would do it. But are they things that we're losing out on? Am I like gutted at losing out on them? I don't give a flip. I was disappointed at not getting Jay White, because that had been rumored for a long time that Triple H really liked him. And I remember years ago it being reported, like Julia, I've only heard of her for like a month. So if we don't get her, I ain't going to be bothered. Ospreay had said for the longest time he wasn't coming to America. So really it's only been a couple of months maybe where we've heard reports that he's interested in coming over and that WWE were interested. So, a couple of months, right? But Switchblades, that one had been years. I'd heard years ago that Triple H was interested and really wanted to get Switchblade Jay White. And so that one always felt a bit like, could that happen? Could he get Switchblade? I mean, he got Nakamura and he got Balor, and obviously we got AJ Styles. Could he get Switchblade? So to see Switchblade Jay White go to AEW, I think that one, it didn't take me long to get over it. But that, I was like, that's a shame. I see him as being like a Seth Rollins, really great in ring. If you use him right, you've definitely got someone there that can be a world champion. Definitely. And lo and behold, is, you know, in a world title picture already. Might not win it this tomorrow against MJF, but I expect him to get it at some point. And obviously they've built the Bang Bang Gang around him, Bullet Club Gold. I gotta say, I mean, even if it's not been the best booking in the world, they've still done some stuff with him. You know, he's going for the title tomorrow. He's in the main event against MJF. They've built the Bang Bang Gang. I love him and Juice and the Guns. I think it's a really good group. So I think they've done some decent work there. So, yeah, that one was one that I will admit, oh, man, that's a shame. That's one I know Triple H wanted, or at least it was reported he wanted. And for a long time. Whereas these ones, you know, the reports have been out for a little bit. The reports have been around for a bit. I haven't seen any reports of I haven't even heard of Julia, so I can't say that she might have been on their radar for a long time, but it hasn't been reported for a long time. So if we miss out on a girl that I only found out about a month ago, not bothered. Ospreay, didn't expect him to come to America. He always said he wasn't going to. Now he has, is that disappointing? Maybe a touch, but nowhere near as disappointing as Jay White, because again, Jay White was reported for years and years and years. So, to be honest, these people, I mean, Okada. So the report has come out today that WWE are interested in Okada. If it turns out in a month's time he's going to sign with AEW, fine. I'm not going to be disappointed, because I'm not expecting Okada to come over. And, if this is going to go on for 2 years, though, and we're going to hear little things like he's tempted, do you know what I mean? He might not, he's tempted, or is he not going to, So if it's going to be something like that, then I would look at that, and then I would be disappointed if he didn't come. So part of this is just how it gets reported, how often it gets reported. But we don't need him. WWE doesn't need him. WWE has got loads. NXT is bubbling, man. NXT has got so much good talent in there. WWE have shown that they have set up a system. They're like Man City, right? They can bring in like some of the world's great athletes, some of the world's best, potential, run it through a state-of-the-art academy, and then just spit out gems. Like, the Performance Center is goated. Like, what they are able to do with taking some of the best athletes coming out of college, coming out of other sports that haven't quite made the cut, or, for whatever reason, they need to change career. Absolutely incredible, the talent that they're spitting out now. They have got the ability to take an athlete, someone that's athletic, someone that looks after themselves, someone that's got a great look, right? They've got the ability to take that person and 2 years down the line, spit out a wrestler. Teach them everything they need to know, from the basics to, facials, to promos, to selling, to structuring a match, to calling a match, to, expanding their moveset, to putting different moves together. Like, all these different drills, everything that they go through, because it's basically wrestlers that are teaching them. These are people that have had careers themselves, that have done the miles. They know, what you need to know. And so they can just spit out these wrestlers, man, just by taking athletes. So, do I look at someone like not getting Ospreay, not getting Julia, not getting Okada, do I look at that as like a big issue? I look at it as no issue. It's no problem. Would it be nice? Yes. Yeah, it would be nice, because they're great at what they do. You want to see great wrestlers, and you want to see great wrestling matches, but we've got so much. We're lucky. I think if I would feel different if we were looking at NXT and NXT was rubbish. If we were looking at NXT and it was just a load of like rubbish, and like, no, it was all a bit slow and they weren't quite getting it, and we were like, don't really see anything there, don't really see anything in NXT. And then if you're watching the main roster, it just feels like there's no star power, there's nothing really happening, and you're just like, God, we really need something. It doesn't feel like we need something. I mean, you could make the argument that Raw feels a little bit light of star power, but you ain't going to get star power with Ospreay. No one knows who he is. Ospreay is New Japan, and the amount of people that watch New Japan in North America is very, very, very low. Very low. Very low. To the point where Switchblade Jay White has come out to crickets in AEW. And if there's one promotion that you would think that would be really into New Japan, you would think it would be the AEW fans, because New Japan is the reason why that promotion is even there. It's why it even exists, because they built up that talent. They built up Kenny. They built up the Bucks. They built up Hangman over in Japan, got them to the stars that they are. And then Tony Khan saw enough of those stars to feel comfortable to start his own company. had Kenny and the Bucks and Hangman and like had they not been around, I don't know that Tony would have felt comfortable enough to start his own company, because where's he going to get the big names from that he needs to build a brand around? You can't just build it around Jericho and MJF. Like, you needed Kenny, you needed the elites. It's in the name, All Elite Wrestling. Like, you need the elite to get this thing off the ground. So New Japan was absolutely critical to the beginnings of AEW. So if there's any promotion where the fans should go bananas if a New Japan star comes out, it would be AEW. And we've seen time and time again, Okada came out to crickets in AEW. I've seen Okada walk down the ring and get a gentle applause. I've seen Jay White come out the crowd to like silence. And this is in AEW. So what kind of reaction do you reckon they're going to get in WWE, which is a younger audience that definitely aren't watching New Japan? So it's a really interesting conversation. But I'll shoot down anyone that wants to tell me that they're bringing in big names, big pops, big star power. Ain't no flipping way. Ain't no way. They bring great wrestling and great potential for great matches and great potential to be big stars. But, that's all they're bringing. And we've got lots of potential down in NXT. We've got loads of it. Trick Williams looks like a Don. Yeah. Ilya Dragunov is just, like, look up intensity in the dictionary and you'll see Ilya Dragunov. Trick Williams just oozes star power. You got Carmelo Hayes, you've got Lyra Valkyria that's doing some great work. Like, NXT's bubbling, man. NXT's bubbling. And so, it's not an issue. If we didn't get any of them, it wouldn't be a problem. Love the question, though. Genuinely love the question, because I think it's a really interesting conversation. And it's one that might upset a few people that are hardcore wrestling fans that would wet their knickers if Okada came walking out. I mean, listen, big Okada fan. Yeah, love the guy. There's his little micro brawler. I would love to see Okada come into WWE. But I am also the first to say that he would come out to a relative silence, because people just don't watch New Japan, or not in big numbers. So I think I hope they do get him. But I did read on Wrestling Observer that there was no belief that he was going to be leaving New Japan anytime soon. So I don't know if there's really anything to that story, unfortunately. Mitchell said, when the Bucks were asked whose one star they wished they had started AEW, they had Kevin Owens. If KO joined AEW, would he be a needle mover? Well, he would for the first few weeks. I don't know that he would be a needle mover in regards to them doing big numbers consistently. I think that he would be a fantastic pickup for them. Anyone that's on WWE TV regular would be a fantastic pickup for them. But I can't see them smashing 1 million on Dynamite every week because Kevin Owens is on the show. I think it comes down to creative, doesn't it? It comes down to how are you going to use these people? What storylines are you going to put these people into? To get people to want to tune in and watch them. Just Kevin Owens being on the show is not going to be enough to draw you ratings. People aren't going to just tune in to see him. They're going to want to tune in to see what he's doing. So yeah, it's going to come down to the creative side of things. And this is why, like, we talk about the creative so much in AEW. We've spoke before about, like, how in WCW they signed Hogan, and it definitely boosted the business. But that wasn't what won them the war. Or, well, they didn't win the war, but it's not what won them the 80-odd weeks in a row TV ratings. That was due to the NWO. So it wasn't until, like, we put a couple more pieces in place and then dropped one of the biggest storylines that things were like, oh my God, man, they are on fire over there. What are they doing? is WWF really invading WCW? Like, what's, it's a good story, and that's what made everyone like, whoa, what's that? What's happening over there? That's what AEW needs. AEW don't need Kevin Owens. They don't need Ospreay. They don't need these people. What they need is something that makes everyone go, what's happening over there? What's that? What are they doing? What's that? And everyone turn their head and start looking in that direction. They need a storyline that's going to really shake things up. They need a storyline that's going to really grab attention. Why do you think that the NWA had someone doing cocaine, right? It's all to grab attention. It's all to try and get like people's attention. They want attention. They need to get people looking in their direction. NWA know that as well. And so that's why the cocaine situation happens. Now, you can easily point at that and go, well, that was dumb because it potentially cost them a relationship with a network, right? But this is what TV companies are thinking, like, what can I do to get attention? Kevin Owens coming in would definitely do it, would definitely get attention, but it doesn't necessarily keep the attention. And we've seen it time and time and time and time again, where they've brought in big names and it's really difficult to kind of keep people around. I would have to say the biggest person that did it was Punk. He was the one that was the biggest success, at doing that. So I think CM Punk was definitely the one that's, I think because he'd been away for so long, maybe part of it was because he was this massive name that people still knew and wanted to see come back. But because he hadn't been on TV, everything felt fresh. Like, you've seen Edge, and you've seen a lot of Edge, and you've seen a lot of Kevin Owens. So whatever they do in AEW is going to be compared to what they were doing in WWE. And, it might not compare favorably. You can't really compare what CM Punk's been doing to WWE because you're not going to compare it to what he did 10 years ago. So I think the CM Punk one worked because every match he had felt fresh. Every promo he cut felt like we wasn't meant to be getting this. If it wasn't for AEW, we wouldn't be getting this. So everything felt like you had to watch it because it was maybe your only chance to watch it. You're not going to see Punk in WWE. You hadn't seen him in WWE since 2014. And I think that's maybe why that one works so well. The problem is, I don't think there's anyone else out there that can do that. I don't think there's any other CM Punks out there. I don't think that was a perfect storm. And, unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. So, yeah, if they got Kevin Owens, it would definitely turn people's heads. It would definitely attract attention. But it's going to come down to the creative to keep people around. But think back to DX presidential speech. They were threatening to be taken off TV. They instead insulted the network and they got record ratings, and the network loved it, says Colonel of Comedy. It's a long time ago, though, that, isn't it? I think, like, where we are comparing where we are now compared to where we were when they were doing like that presidential speech and whatever, or comparing it back to the Attitude Era is it's a very difficult thing to do because we're just in a completely different space now. The stuff that you could get away with back then, you can't get away with now. It's a different world. There's less, people get offended a lot more easily. Advertisers are nowhere near as they don't want to take the risks as much. We've seen like people get burnt hard. I mean, look at Bud Light, right? We're not going to get political, right? Because I don't care, to be honest. It was an American thing. It doesn't affect me. But, Bud Light, all they did was partner up with that Dylan Mulvaney guy, woman, whatever. And it absolutely just ruined their brand. And so, like, we've seen quite a few examples of this kind of thing. And so it's a case that we now have got a lot of advertisers and sponsors that are nervy. Anything that's going to reflect on their brand negatively, they don't want to get associated with it. And I don't think brands were thinking that way 20 odd years ago. I don't think that was the mindset 20 years ago. I think, if anything, brands wanted to be associated with edgy content because it made them look edgy. So if someone was doing something edgy and they wanted to kind of appeal to that market, well, yeah, we'll join up with them because, you know, we're not doing it, but we're associated, but we're not, you know, we're not doing the edgy things, but we're in with them, if you know what I mean. Whereas now, if someone's doing some edgy, the brands get all spooked because people, you know, with social media, you can get called out. There can be campaigns. There can be huge backlashes. So, like, that has really changed things. So this is why it's so drastically different, like, in this day and age compared to where it was during the Attitude Era. You just wouldn't you know, cancel culture is a very real thing. It's a very real thing. So it's a different world, rightfully or wrongfully. I think that there are some things that did need to change. And then I think there's some stuff that's come in that's, you know, that didn't need to come in. I think that, like most things, you know, some stuff has changed for the better and some things have changed just because I think a load of extra stuff has been dragged in with it. So, and maybe that's one of the things that didn't need to change. Perhaps some of these companies didn't need to get cancelled because, like, now what that's done is it's made everyone nervous. And now that means that certain companies can't take risks and can't do stuff because, like, people are getting too upset about stuff. People are too easily offended in this day and age. So, Sonny said, it's almost Christmas and my book would be the perfect gift. I've sold 28 and there are 7 reviews. The Thoughts Within, a collection of poems. Sonny, shout out to you. Christopher said, if Rock doesn't wrestle Roman, could you see him being part of a storyline with Roman without matches? Yeah, I mean, I could see him coming in and doing a little promo thing with Roman. Definitely. I mean, we've seen him with Roman before. He came out during the end of the 2015 Rumble, raised his hand. I think that it would be a real shame if we never get that match. Time is ticking. I am worried that we've missed the boat. Because he's getting older and it's only getting harder for The Rock. I mean, The Rock came back at WrestleMania 28-29, completely tore his, I think it's pec, like got properly injured during the matches with Cena because his body's not used to it. Body's not used to it anymore. So actually him going out and wrestling, the problem The Rock's got is it's not just one match. It's not a case of coming in and just, look, he can get WrestleMania off, can't he? Come on. You're telling me that he's got to work so hard he can't work one night? He can do that, right? But that's not what he's got to do. If he wants to wrestle, he's going to have to be training before and having warm-up matches, not on Raw or SmackDown or anything, even if it's just in his own house against like someone, Brian Kendrick that comes over or whoever's going to come over to, like, you know, put him through the paces. He's going to have to do that for a period of time before to get his body used to taking the bumps, to try and make sure that the match is good. He can do it. And also he doesn't suffer any major injuries. And then the problem he's got is that if he does get injured, what's the recovery time going to be? You know, it's not just one night that he needs. He's going to need X amount of time before and potentially X amount of time after. That could completely derail X amount of projects, you know, and could be a big thing for him. So him doing one match is difficult. This is why it's difficult. And so I don't know that we ever get it. I mean, I really thought that there was a good chance last year about us being in Hollywood. And he said that at one point it did look like it was locked in. And it still didn't happen. And now there's been talk of, like, you know, next year it is WrestleMania 40. But I don't know about you, but I'm looking at, like, Roman Cody as being a lot easier to put on. And, you know, it feels like we've really got to move some mountains if we're going to get Rock against Roman. So I hope that we get it. if we don't get it, yeah, a couple of promo exchanges, we could definitely have a segment. I don't know that we would get a big storyline, though. I don't know that The Rock would come in and do a big storyline with back and forths over multiple weeks. Could I see him doing a segment? Yeah. I could see him coming in and grabbing the mic and, throwing some home truths at Roman. Maybe taking a bump, maybe taking like a Superman punch or something, a spear, or, to round the segment off. If we were, say, building towards Roman against Solo and we brought Rock in just to add some extra spice, maybe Rock could be special guest referee for that one. Maybe we could look at a special guest ref thing where he doesn't actually physically get involved. These are things we could definitely look at, because it's a hell of a lot different doing those compared to him actually having a match, which is going to need X amount of builds and X amount of fallout. So, I think there is a chance. But I'm struggling to see it being over like a long period of time, unless it was something like guest ref where they could do a verbal exchange. Then maybe, Rock has an idea, goes to Adam Pearce. Then the next week gets unveiled as the mystery. They did this show, and it wasn't universally received because people were just so pleased to see The Rock. But I still stand by it. Nothing I saw changed my mind. I think that it was a bad way of using him. We brought him in, and he did a nothing segment with Theory, when we could have had a much juicier segment, even if it was him and Solo was on the show that week. We could have had a very interesting segment with Solo where The Rock tried to convince Solo that being with Roman was not the right way forwards. We could have got something damn juicy. We could have got something really good. But, people were just happy to see him. Simple as that. They were just happy to see him. They were just happy to get whatever they could. That's fine. That's fine. I didn't think it was a very good segment, but people were just pleased to see him. I would much rather get him in and actually let's do something. Do you know what I mean? He's too big of a star to not actually do something with. Just having him in to wave at the crowd and get them to chant "You are an a-hole" a couple of times. It's just bad. I just thought it was bad. I just didn't think it was a very good segment. So I hope we do see him again, and I hope he does something meaningful, and I hope that we can use his star power to actually either put someone over or push a story forward or actually achieve something, do something. Because him just turning up doesn't do it for me. Him just being there, great. Brilliant. I'm pleased that he came back for one evening to do nothing. I would much rather bring him back and actually let's have him in there with Solo. Let's have him in there with Roman. He should be doing something with the Bloodline. Could you imagine if we never get anything? Can you imagine if we actually do this and it goes and we never got The Rock and the Bloodline? That would be awful. That would be awful. That'd be such a big missed opportunity. That'd be really disappointing. So, yeah, definitely looking for him to come in and do something. But I do worry that the chances of him having a match with Roman might be passing us by. James said, AEW signing Mercedes would be fantastic for them, but Tony needs to book the women better and give them more time and more matches than just one show, or she will walk out again. Yeah. I think they will, obviously, though, treat her like the princess that she wants to be treated. She's got a big opinion of herself, and I can't say that I'm down on that because she is a star and she has got a lot of fans and she certainly deserves to be respected. So I'm not down on that. But the problem is in WWE, she is one of many. You've got Seth, you've got Roman, you've got Becky. These are all in that same boat. They've all got fans. They're all talented. They all deserve to be respected. And so it does feel like she didn't feel like she was getting enough of that, In AEW, she definitely will. In AEW, she'll be the princess. she'll be the princess, and I'm sure whatever she wants, Tony will make her dreams come true. Whatever matches she wants and all that stuff, they'll bend over backwards to do it. Whereas in WWE, they can't really do that because you've got so many other people that are in the same boat. So I think that she will be looked after. She'll get what she wants, whether that's going to be I think she does want to benefit women's wrestling, by the way. I don't think she is just out for herself. I think that the reason that she walked out was because she wanted better for the tag belts. She didn't want to go off and do single stuff. She wanted her and Naomi to be used more as the tag champs, getting better feuds, and she wanted better for the tag belts. But that's just not something WWE were interested in. The tag belts are basically mid-card belts. Those belts are there to just, give women something to do when they're not involved in the main event scene. The main event scene is the priority. The tag belts aren't the priority. So there was a different vision. Let's put it that way. There was creative differences. I think that can be painted as Sasha just being all out for herself. And I'm not sure that was particularly true. I think it was more a case, and maybe I'm giving her too much credit here. I don't know. For me personally, I've always read it that she wants to have more women's wrestling. I think she's a big fan of women and women's wrestling. Yes, she wants herself to be, a big star and, on top and all that. But I think she wanted to see the women's championships being booked well, women main event in WrestleMania on a regular basis, the tag belts being used better than they were being used. And, she wants to see all these plates being spun. So she'll go to AEW. I think they'll definitely use her well because, yes, Sasha, no Sasha, 3 bags full Sasha. But what's going to be interesting is she going to stand up for the rest of the women in AEW the way that she was seemingly doing in WWE? Is she going to come in and make it a bit difficult for Tony? Is she going to make sure that Tony doesn't just have her match as the only match consistently on Dynamite, Collision, whatever? Is there going to be enough room there for the other women as well? Are we going to see the women's division being not prioritized, but given more time? Yeah, I think it's a good point. I think James makes a good point because she will be looked after. I've no doubt about that. If you're going to spend a lot of money on bringing her in, and I've got to think she's going to cost a lot of money, then I've got to think that you are, you're going to look after your investment. You're going to look after your money. You're going to look after your investment. You're going to use her regular. And she's a big name as well, right? Big fan base. So, great. But what about the other women? And what about the fact that we only get one women's match? And, what about the rest of the division? And I do believe that she is about that. So I do think that she won't stay quiet. I think that she will be vocal if she thinks the women need more time and need more exposure and all that kind of stuff. So it's an excellent point. Yeah, Tony. I mean, I don't know that Tony's thinking about that as a concern. If anything, if I was Tony, I would say to Sasha, I want to hear your concerns about the women's division. I want to hear from you. I don't want people to think that is a negative. Because if I was Tony, I know my women's division is not working right. I know that my women's division is not where it should be. And we've tried a few things. We had Kenny booking it. I've had a little go at it. I've had advice from other people. We've brought in Saraya. We brought in Ruby Soho. We've obviously doing what we're doing with Timeless Tony Storm. We had a little run with Britt Baker. We brought in Thunder Rosa. We've done a few things, but it's still not where it needs to be. So there's clearly something fundamentally wrong. You can definitely make the argument that consistently they don't get enough TV time and they don't get enough segments. That could be a fix, but it might not be the fix because, to be honest, if you're going to fill those segments with some of the talent that they've got, like your Anna Jays and your Sky Blues and your Julia Harts and your Penelope Fords, if you're going to fill those with that level of talent, which to me is quite a low level of talent, like, I don't think it's unfair to say some of those women are still learning the trade. They're still coming through. Like, as we've said before, some of those women would be in NXT. They wouldn't be on the main A show, right? They wouldn't be fighting for the biggest titles and all this kind of stuff. They would be in WWE. They'd be in NXT. So, like, for me, that's part of the problem, is that you are having to lean on people that are still learning how to do this. You're leaning on people that can't give you gold because they are still learning how to do that. So giving the women like loads of segments might not be the right thing at the moment. I mean, to be honest, I would be looking at the women and how they're being trained and how often they're training. I mean, I don't know what the setup is, but if they do one show a week, say Dynamite, and the talent isn't on Collision or Rampage, or even if they are, I think they get recorded, don't they, on the same day? Like, isn't Rampage the same day as... sometimes it's live, sometimes it's recorded. But if I was Tony, I'd be thinking, well, it takes one day to record Dynamite and Rampage. We do it at the same taping. What am I doing with them the other days? Where are they the other days? What does Anna Jay do? What's Anna Jay's week look like? Is she honestly busting her ass on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Thursday, a Friday in some wrestling school, and then I can use her for TV tapings on the Wednesday? Is that part of the problem? Is she doing that? Or does she just get paid to do that one day? And like, where are these people being trained? Where does Anna Jay learn? Where does Penelope Ford learn? Where is Julia Hart learning? I know that Jade Cargill was working with Bryan Danielson, but that felt like ad hoc. That didn't feel like it was a long-term thing. It felt like, oh, we need to bring this girl along. Bryan Danielson, can you spend some time with her, please? Like, this is my point. Like, how are you improving these women? How can we make them better? How can we make their matches better? How can we work with them to make that division better? And if Sasha's going to come in with a load of ideas of like, well, we could do this, we could do that. They do this in Japan. They do this in WWE. This would work. That would work. We can pair them up like we did Jamie with Britt. We could do that. We could have Julia with such and such. We could have Sky Blue with such and such. We can bring them along that way. Blah, 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 blah. You know, if she's going to bring all this, you know, creativity, positivity, as long as it's constructive, positive, bring it. I'll welcome it. If it's just going to be negative and it's going to be just moaning and all this kind of stuff, you can't do a great deal with that. Like, come to me with the solutions. If you see a problem, think of a solution. If you really can't, then bring the problem, but bring it in as constructive a manner as possible so that we can work together and we can try and resolve it. If I'm Tony, that is definitely my mindset. That is definitely what I'm thinking. I wouldn't want her to not bring me that stuff. I wouldn't want these problems to be happening and I don't know about them, because then you've got a whole nother problem. You could have a lot of problems and you wouldn't even know. So I think she will be a very good signing, and I hope she's going to be vocal. And if I'm Tony and I am good at my job, I'd be listening and I'd be trying to do something about it. It's hard for him because he's got so much on his plate. It's easy for me to sit here and go, I'd do this, I'd do that, blah, 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 blah. But I ain't got all the responsibilities that Tony's got. You know, I ain't trying to look after a football team and look after a data company and look after a roster that's got how many people on it. I mean, his phone must not stop. It just must be ringing all the time. It just must be, do you know what I mean? It must be hard for him to even give people time in his day. Like, it must be so hard. So it's easy to sit here and go, I'd do this, I'd do that, and blah, 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 blah. Might not work in the real world until you're actually in that position. You might not work. But yeah, she's going to be a great sign-in, and I hope she'll be vocal about the shortcomings of the women's division. And I would definitely be looking at things like training, and I'd definitely be looking at, like, how can we get... Again, it's not so much about TV time, it's about giving them the time when they deserve the time. Because I would say there's a lot of women that I've seen on AEW that shouldn't be on AEW. They shouldn't be on Dynamite. They should be on Dark. They should be on Elevation. We don't even have those shows anymore. They should have Ring of Honor as their developmental, where people can go to learn and improve and, you know, take a leaf out of NXT. Have a place where you can go. They had the American Factory, but I don't think that was for everyone. I don't think that was NXT. I think that was just bringing in certain people, producing certain people. I don't think it's... I don't know how that fits into the equation, to be honest. But yeah, if I'm Tony, I'm definitely, thinking about a performance center. Costs a lot of money, but, bringing in CM Punk for a year costs a lot of money. So you're saving money there. Could you not use some of that money you're saving, not giving it to CM Punk to set up a performance center and actually have like a AEW performance center where you can send wrestlers to go and actually improve, and you can like properly work with them? Maybe there's something in place like that already. My knowledge of that side of it, that structural side, is not as great, but that's the kind of stuff I'd be interested in doing if I was Sasha. Alex said, I got offended by AEW using the devil character. I don't believe in the devil, says Alex. Big Time said, did you hear Meltzer on Observer Radio talk about how Warner Brothers Discovery... Well, I didn't, because I don't listen to Observer Radio, but I'm interested to hear what this is. Warner Brothers Discovery and Tony have discussed Dynamite going 3 hours and axing Rampage. Right, cool. That would be the right move. Warner Brothers Discovery doesn't want to cancel it, and Tony is looking to maximize value. Losing Rampage would be the right move. You don't need 3 shows with 2 of them struggling. You need 2 shows and hopefully both of them doing better. So, not having to faff around with booking for Rampage would definitely be, But to be honest, if I was Tony, I would book Dynamite and Collision, and I would just chuck anything on Rampage. I would just put anything there. Watch it, don't watch it, I don't give a flip. Because to be honest, if they want to cancel it, I would be disappointed because that's an hour's TV time that I'm losing. But it's not on my list of priorities. It's right down there. I want Dynamite to get to 1 million. I want Collision to be consistently at 500,000. That is my priority. How do I achieve it? How do I get Dynamite to 1 million? How do I get Collision to 500,000? I don't give a flip what Rampage does. Don't give a flip. So losing that and making Dynamite 3 hours, people would go, oh my God, 3 hour Dynamite. Yeah, 3 hour Dynamite. We have a 3 hour Raw and it does 1 point something million, right? And it used to do 2 something and now it does 1 something. So yeah, I would take it. I wouldn't even. I know that it might hurt the rating. I know that it might be a case that there's a big drop off for that final hour, right? It might be that like we all have to adjust a number expectation if we do get the 3 hour Dynamite, because 2 hours you can kind of maintain. That 3rd hour, it's hard to book a 3 hour show. It's hard to book a 3 hour show. It's going to be hard to not have a big drop off on a 3 hour show. I'm not bothered. That wouldn't worry me. I wouldn't be worried about that. I would just be thankful I don't have to worry about Rampage booking anymore. And I'd be thankful that I can just put all my energy into my 2 big shows. One of them would be my 3 hour Raw like show. The other would be my 2 hour Smackdown like show. And Yeah, that feels better, to be honest, than trying to book 2 hours, 1 hour, and 2 hours, and trying to worry about 3 shows and trying to get ratings for 3 shows picked up. It'd be a lot easier to only worry about 2. But the ratings would take a hit because on Dynamite, because you've now got to try and average 1 million people across 3 hours rather than 2. It's a lot easier to try and get 1 million people to watch you for, 2 hours than it is 1 million people sticking around for 3. So, yeah, that would be tricky from a ratings point of view. But, I would say that, I would do interviews where if we got the 3-hour Dynamite and I was Tony Khan, I'd be saying, like, we know that this is going to potentially lead to a hit to ratings because booking a 2-hour show is very different from a 3-hour show. If we can find a way of, like, hitting averages of, like, 800,000, I'd be absolutely overjoyed. And I'm not just saying that, like, if I'm looking for certain segments to still get to 1 million, I'm looking for us to hit 1 million during points in the show. But averaging 1 million across 3 hours, I just don't think that is something we can achieve at the moment. So I'm very much looking at like readjusting the mindset as to, like, it's not really moving the goalposts. I know it might come across that way, but that is true. I mean, it's true. A 2-hour show is easier to get 1 million than it would be a 3-hour show. So that is going to be a lot harder to achieve. And I think that if you set the message out there, not that you particularly need to do that, but you know what social media is like. I mean, if you're not getting 1 million, people jump on you. People have got it in their heads of this million thing, and that seems to be the barometer now. So, and I think it's because they were doing it so often before, and they're not doing it as often now. But yeah, this million thing, like, this is what everyone looks at. When the ratings come out, did they do 1 million? That's what people look for. So, it might not be the worst to come out and say that's not our expectation. We're not expecting that. That's not what we're looking for. If we can do it, amazing. I'll do cartwheels. But the expectation is that we're going to deliver the best show that we can across 3 hours, and we're going to try and give more opportunity to maybe some of those divisions that haven't had, like, you put a bit of a positive spin, don't you? So no, I didn't, but I think it'd be a positive thing if it happens. Rampage is taped after Dynamite. It's not like he can't just air that live and change the story. You're talking about the overnight viewership over ratings. It's not the same. Rampage is taped. Let me read this again. Rampage is taped after Dynamite. It's not like he can't just air that live. It's not like he can't just air that live. He can't air it live and change the story. Talking about overnight viewership over ratings, it's not the same thing. I feel like that's a different conversation that I've walked into. 3 hours doesn't automatically mean 1 million viewers. SmackDown does double that in 2 hours. Very true. Joshua said, Sean Ross Sapp has tweeted, he's heard that Ronda is backstage at tonight's Collision. Calvin said, do you think Triple H hates Austin Theory? No. The way he books him is appalling. It's extremely appalling. No, I don't think he hates him at all. I think that they have been trying stuff and it just hasn't worked. I think that I think the cash-in was rubbish. I can't explain that. I genuinely can't. It's the worst cash-in I've ever seen. And people were telling me, no, it's good because this is how we're going to change his character now. Did you see how upset he was? And it's like, dude, you could have done 1 million ways to change his character. You didn't need to give him the worst cash-in I've ever seen to achieve that. So I can't defend that, and I wouldn't even want to defend that. But I think they did change his character, and they stopped doing the film in the selfie silliness stuff. And they went with him looking quite cool in jacket, jeans, still arrogant, still heel, You know, his entrance where he's talking to himself and the camera kind of comes round and everything. We tried that, and we put the United States Championship onto him. So I can't say that his booking's been bad when he's been United States Champion and he's been consistently used on TV. And he got a win against John Cena at WrestleMania. You know, it's hard to kind of go, oh yeah, he's buried. But the truth is that character has not connected. That what we've done there hasn't worked. I think Theory has to take a bit of the blame there, because he is someone that has got a great look. He's someone that can talk, but he just never seemingly has anything to say. He just never has a segment that really stands out. And I can't say that any of his matches have smashed it either. I can't say that any of his matches have really delivered, you know, anything that special. When the bell sounds, that's not Triple H's fault, is it? You know, I know there's a producer to the matches, and maybe you could point the finger in that direction, but we've seen Theory enough times in the ring now, and it's been just average enough times now where it feels like there's other things going on, you know? I mean, it could turn out that, like, behind the scenes he's a bit distracted. You do hear this, where when people make it, they think they've made it, and they, you know, the work that they put in to get there suddenly stops. I'm not saying that's what's happened, but I'm just saying we don't know what's happening. You never quite know what's going on behind the scenes. You know, could it be that he has took his foot off the gas? Could it be that he's not the most engaged when it comes to learning backstage? Could it be that, I don't know, he's got a bit lazy? Could it be that he's just lost? Could it be that he just can't do this character, doesn't know how to do this character? Perhaps it's none of that. Perhaps he's the hardest working guy in WWE, but this character, this version of him, he just can't make it work. He can't find a way forward. And, you know, it could be that that's what's happening as well. So as much as you, I think, can point the blame at Triple H, and you certainly can, because I would agree that creatively, storyline-wise, what has he had to get his teeth into? What have we actually given him that you can say, well, he should have killed that? I mean, you can point at the Cena story, and Cena murdered him on the microphone. And you can point at that and say, like, he should have had better. He should have done better on the microphone. How much that was scripted, how much freedom he had there, I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like he didn't really get much from that Cena feud. I don't think he came out of it looking a bigger star. I think that was a real missed opportunity. And again, you can definitely point the finger to quite a few different people. Triple H, maybe the producer of the match, maybe Cena. Perhaps Cena shouldn't have destroyed him on the microphone. Just because he can destroy him on the microphone, does that mean that he should destroy him on the microphone? Probably not. Not if we're trying to build this guy up. So maybe you can point a finger at Triple H. Maybe you can point a finger at John Cena. Maybe you can point a finger at the producers. Maybe you can point the finger at the creative department. But you better point the finger at Austin Theory as well, because he's got to take as much responsibility as anyone else. Because he is someone that is going out there and not delivering 4-star, 5-star matches. He's going out there delivering promos that I can't even remember. He's the one that's going out there delivering boring United States title runs. Like, you if you get TV time, you maximize your TV time. Has he maximized his TV time? You can point the finger at all these other people, and they can certainly have blame, but he needs blame as well. So I think Theory, it's an interesting conversation because he's such a great potential. I think that at the moment he's just lost, and we've tried to give him a new gimmick, and for whatever reason, whoever it is that's to blame, it hasn't worked. And so now we've got him in a little tag team with Grayson Waller to see if we can get something out of this. I think that if this team is going to be kept together and then eventually they're going to split and turn on each other, I mean, to be honest, a face Austin Theory, I'm definitely here for that. Austin Theory as a face, I want to see it. On the main roster, I want to see it. I want to see face Austin Theory. I'm not saying that that's the magical solution, because if you've watched this channel long enough, you know I don't want to change people from heel to face or face to heel just because it's not working, because that's the biggest thing you can do is change someone's like character from face to heel, because you're changing everything about them. You're changing their relationship with the fans. You're probably changing the entrance music. You're probably changing the ring gear. You're probably changing the Titantron. You're changing everything about them, you know, short of the name. You're changing everything about them. So for me, that's like the last resort. That is basically you're saying we don't know what to do. We cannot find any way of presenting Austin Theory as a heel and it working. If you do a change in character like that, you could go as far as to say it's an admission of failure. To be honest, not always, but 90% of the time, it's an admission of failure, because you're basically saying it ain't working, and so we're gonna change it because we're hoping this is gonna work instead. Again, not all the time, because you can definitely find examples where it got done for, you know, a different reason. Perhaps someone had been face forever and we just did it because they wanted a run as heel and we thought it would just breathe some new life into him or something. But quite often we see so many turns, and it's because people have gone a bit stale. Like the Street Profits. Street Profits are turning heel. Do you know why? Because they went stale, and we couldn't figure out how to warm them back up. We couldn't figure out what to do with them. So instead, we just went, should we turn them heel? And there we go. I saw an interview with Montez, and he said they were getting very frustrated, and they knew they'd gone stale. And so they're really excited about this turn. But that's an admission that, like, you know, you don't know what else to do with them. So I would like to see him turn, but if we are going to try a few other things first, I'd be fine with us trying some stuff first. If we're going to try a few more heel things to see if anything's going to catch fire, I'm definitely down for that. But I think we've tried a lot, and we've tried for a long time. We've tried for years. And if it's not working and a few more things don't work, I wouldn't be against giving him a run as a face, because you might do that change and it might just go, oh my God, yes, this is it. A bit like Roman. You know, Roman was like 50-50. Some liked him, some didn't. As soon as you turned him, oh my God, this is it. This is what we needed. And look what we got. We got the Bloodline. We got the Tribal Chief. We got the best version of Roman Reigns. And it might be the same with Theory. You change him and it just clicks and you go, oh God, that's why this guy is a face, and he's been trying to be a heel and it ain't worked because he's a face. He should have been a face. He always should have been a face. So I definitely wouldn't be against trying it, but I would be all right with trying a couple of other little things first. But some point next year, I would look to give him a face turn and then give that a go and see where we get with that. He is still young. He has still got loads of potential. I don't think there's any massive concern. I just think that, yeah, it hasn't worked so far. It hasn't worked yet. But it doesn't mean that it won't work. It doesn't mean that it's not going to work. It just means that it hasn't landed at the moment. So, but who takes the blame? Up to you to make that decision. If you want to blame Triple H, I think that's fine. I think some of the creative has sucked, but I do think that Theory's been given a lot of opportunity and he hasn't been able to make it work either. JS17, shout out to you, said Days. I was going to put my arm up here, but that's high. How have you been? You should change that Taylor Swift to Kanye. His music, brackets, not politics, is better anyway, and I've missed you, honey buns. JS17, shout out to you. Yeah, these are for, we did a standee giveaway, courtesy of Star Cutouts. Shout out. They don't sponsor the channel or anything, but they did get in touch to say that they were going to give a cutout away to someone, like a standee. So we did that as a little competition. It's ended now, and the winner was contacted. So I thought they would just make good decoration in the background, to be honest. So I got Roman, I got Cody, and then I was like, oh, they do others. And I saw Taylor Swift, and it was the bestseller, I think, at the time. So I thought, she'll do. Little bit of eye candy in the background, you know. But yeah, I probably will look to add some others, because they do others. And to be honest, probably could do with some other things going up on this roof with me, you know. So yeah, there might be some more that get added. But I don't know that she'll get removed. Because you know what I mean. She's got nice legs. That's it. Nice legs. Have you seen the new Asuka figure with the mask? Says Wrestlandy. No, not unless was it part of the ringside stuff? Ringside collectibles. How long we got? 11 minutes. We looked at these the other day, didn't we? Was she one of them? I don't remember her being one of them. Ooh. Is that the new figure? When did that drop? 2 days ago. We didn't see this. Wow. Okay, serious. Honestly, first reaction, because I haven't seen it, maybe the best Mattel figure I've ever seen. That's big statement. Maybe. I think it is. I think it is. I think it is the best Mattel figure I've ever seen. Look at this. Look at that robe. Look at the mask. Look at the detail. It is. Look at that. Look at the back of this thing. I always say Finn Balor, Demon. Finn Balor Ultimate Edition is my favorite ever Mattel figure because the detail on the body paint was stunning. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And it just looked like a figure that you put on your shelf and people go, whoa. I mean, it really does, like, wow. But look at the face paint as well. Look at the detail on that. I mean, it looks like she's misted. She's even got, like, blue on her teeth. Do you know, it reminds me that of a figure that they were going to release for WrestleMania 34, 35. And it was meant to be Asuka with a robe. And it ended up getting cancelled. And I always remember thinking, like, being gutted. Because I always wanted that figure. Because we've never had Asuka with a robe. Never had one. We've always had Asuka figures, but she's always just come with a mask. And, you know, we've never had her with a robe. And I know that it was going to be difficult to do. Because if you was going to do this, you are really putting... I mean, this is going to cost a lot to make. It's going to cost a lot to obviously put the work into design. It's going to take a lot of time. It's, you know, this is a serious commitment to deliver this kind of a figure because you can't if you're going to do it, you got to do it properly because she doesn't have plain robes. It's not even as if you can just do like a plain robe. She doesn't have a plain robe. So you need one that's, you know, and look at the work on, I know you can get these different fabrics and whatever. I mean, I don't know if, you know, if they've designed it and made it or what the procedure is, but look at the work that's in that. That is just, and the mask. Absolutely. I've no problem with saying one of the best figures I've ever seen. Whether it's the best, it's absolutely in the conversation. Absolutely in the conversation. I think that on a shelf looks, I mean, just look at that. Imagine that on your shelf. Tell me you don't want that. Looks absolutely amazing. Even her hands with the fingers kind of spread out the way they are. You know, if with a figure, you can get like those generic hands that are fists. Most tend to have like an open hand like this, and the other one is a fist, so that you can, like, you know, if you play with them, whatever, you can like punch. And the other one tends to be open, so it can kind of have an object in it, whatever. These are hands look like they are really specific to her, with them being like both opened out, like really posing during an entrance. With these Ultimate Editions, you can sometimes get extra heads to change over and extra hands to change over. But considering what's already being presented here, I genuinely don't know that they would be able to do that. I mean, if there's going to be extra heads and hands as well, I mean, I think that might be enough to make me say this is the best figure ever. But, yeah, that's amazing. Amazing. No, to be honest, I hadn't seen it, Andy, so I really appreciate... Finally, it comes with a robe. People saying the same. Finally, we get one that comes with a robe. Yeah, I appreciate that. I have not seen that. Hadn't seen that. I don't I don't go looking for figures so much anymore. Because we just don't do as many figure videos anymore. So we looked at all of those, and I didn't realize that there was more that had been revealed. There's a Cora Jade here as well. So there's Cora Jade with, I don't know, what is that? What's she holding? It's not a kendo stick, is it? Don't know what that is. And a new Roman. Doesn't look as good, does it, really? Because it hasn't got any accessories with it. Certainly. And the facial expression's a bit bland. Look at that, Asuka. Look at even the smiling facial expression. Even the facial expression is good. The hands are good. The facial expression is good. The accessories are good. I am very impressed. Genuinely. Need to close some of these tabs, man. I got loads of tabs open. Lex F1, shout out to you, buds. I hope you're well. What do you think of Jimmy Uso's heel run? It feels a bit confusing. I feel like it's hard to comment on it because we still need to see what's going to happen and where it's going to go. I think for him to leave, like turn on Roman and then go back, and for us to not really explore that, I think has been disappointing. I think I think it's difficult for him as well from like a promo point of view and everything, because he's been so used to being in a tag team that he's not really used to like doing a lot of talking on his own. And to be honest, I think Jay was the better talker. So he can do some stuff. It's not a disaster, but it's hard to really heap much praise on it because it just sort of feels like it's happening. It just sort of feels like it's something that we're doing. That we're doing this, but we haven't really fleshed it out, and we haven't really given him loads of backstage segments, and we haven't really, some of those lovely moments where, he was backstage with Sammy saying, "Look, my brother will come round." Or, whatever it might be. Or do you remember when, he was talking with his brother and Paul Heyman was behind that pillar eavesdropping? And there was, these little backstage which were, pushing the story along. I just don't feel like we've been getting that with Jimmy. I mean, Jay has been doing stuff on Raw. Jimmy has... what I like about him, I will give some praise. When we have seen him backstage, it's kind of felt like he's a bit more loose and a bit more yo, my dog, and jumping on the sofa. Before the Usos used to be quite respectful and just sit there and be like, yes, tribal chief, no tribal chief, whatever. Whereas now he seems a lot more relaxed. He seems a lot more, I don't know, it kind of feels like he doesn't really care about being in the bloodline. He's doing it because he knows if he's out of the bloodline, it's going to be hard for him. They've got a lot of enemies. Jay's finding this out on Raw. You know, there's a lot of people that don't like them because they've screwed a lot of people over. And I think that when Jay went to Raw, Jimmy was out the bloodline and he didn't have his brother and he was all on his own. And there ain't no one on SmackDown that's going to come to his aid. He doesn't have Sammy on SmackDown. If Sammy had been there, Sammy's a good guy. Maybe Sammy would have looked out for him. But Sammy's on Raw. So I think he's gone back to the bloodline because he has to go back to the bloodline. And I think that's why he's kind of lounging around, doing his own thing, being quite relaxed. Because he doesn't really want to be in the bloodline. He doesn't really care about being in the bloodline. But that's a story and a justification that I've come up with and how it appears to me. I don't think that WWE have told that story, or I don't think they have done a good enough job of telling that story. So I think I think the whole bloodline story's gone a bit wobbly. It's gone a bit loose. We needed to do better. I think Roman not being around has hurt. And I think we've had to look at a few other things, haven't we? So, yeah, it's difficult. It could have worked. We could have done more with it, but I don't know. It's been a bit all over the show. We've kind of lost our attention to detail. Right, SmackDown is beginning. So, Lex, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we've got... I haven't got any sounds, and I don't know why. I've had sounds. And now the show started, and I don't have any sounds. But what do you think about the future booking? Roman wrestles Jimmy at the Rumble. LA Knight interferes, costing Jimmy for him at Crown Jewel. Then he has a match with Solo. Roman wrestles Jimmy. LA Knight interferes, costing Jimmy. And then he has a match with Solo. Who has a match? Roman has a match. I don't know. I wouldn't split the bloodline before WrestleMania. I wouldn't split the bloodline before WrestleMania because I feel like... Oh, there's the sound. I didn't have any sound then. TNT Sport doesn't have any sounds. Oh, okay, good. I thought it was me. I was like, am I going to have to turn it off and turn it back on again? But sound has just kicked in, so actually it wasn't my fault. Lovely. Yeah, I wouldn't split the bloodline before WrestleMania because I think that the bloodline have been the reason as to why Roman has retained so many times. And I think that if you're going to do Cody against Roman, you want Cody to have the odds against him. You know, Cody has got to overcome the odds. He's got to find a way of overcoming the odds. I think if you take the odds away from Roman, if you take the bloodline away, all of a sudden, Cody starts to feel like the favorite. And I don't think you want Cody going into WrestleMania as the favorite. You want to find a way of him going in as the underdog. Because if he wins, you want him to win against the odds. You want him to win as the underdog. If you take the bloodline away, it becomes, I would say, a lot easier. Because we've seen a lot of people that seemingly have been close to beating Roman, but have just been denied by Solo, or just been denied by Jimmy, or just been denied by Jay, or whoever it might be. So I wouldn't split them before WrestleMania, because I think Cody has got to overcome the bloodline. And there's lots of ways you can do it. You know, you could have some people come down that could take out Solo and Jimmy for you, just leaving you and Roman. You know, it's not like Cody has got to beat them all up on his own. Another thing could be a miscommunication. And what if Solo walks away from Roman during the match? So the match is happening. Solo comes down. There's a miscommunication. Roman hits Solo instead of Cody. Solo goes to the outside, looks at Roman, and just walks off. And Roman's like, where you going? Where you going? And Solo just walks off, leaving Roman in the ring on his own. And that realization of, oh my God, if I'm going to do this, I've got to do it on my own. Amazing. That would be, what a moment that would be. So yeah, this is why I wouldn't split them before WrestleMania. Oh, hello, Road Dogg. Road Dogg's on commentary. We got Michael Cole, we got Kevin Patrick, and we've got Road Dogg. Of course, we don't have Corey Graves because he has had what us professionals like to call a baby. Damage Control are making their way down to the ring. I don't believe Asuka's a member of Damage Control. I believe she's helping them for Survivor Series. Maybe we could get some clarity on that. Do you know, it's funny, we just said she doesn't wear, like, plain robes or anything. She's come out in a plain black jacket. If I'm Mattel, I'm looking at this going, that would have been so much easier to make. Do you know how much money we've just spent on this robe? We've already made some of them black jackets for other people. I've got a Seth Rollins that's got a jacket like that. We could have just used that. Bayley is welcoming us to SmackDown. We don't want to... You're a loser. I love what Dakota's doing. Dakota in the background's like, you there. You, loser. She says, my plan to bring Asuka into Damage Control has to be one of my top moments. Bayley said, come on, this idea was brilliant. New and improved Damage Control. So she's suggesting that Asuka is a member of Damage Control. I really, not a fibre in my body, believe she was. I thought she was here to just help them for Survivor Series. And maybe it'll still prove to be that way. But this is interesting. I'm happy to see Damage Control getting the push they deserve, said George Vlogs. BB Yipsy, shout out to you, said, do you also think Shotzi looks horrible? She looks to be getting skinny, and I don't like the spiked hair. Yeah, the spiked hair, we know the hair situation. She shaved it because of her sister. It doesn't mean that she had to have spikes, though. It doesn't really do much for me, the spikes. Her getting thin, she does look thin. Someone in this ring is not a part of the new improved Damage Control. Okay. So Dakota kind of made out that someone wasn't a part of Damage Control, kind of teasing that Bayley was about to get kicked out. But they were like, no, it's Asuka. We haven't properly inducted her. Bayley takes the knee. We'll put you guys on the shirts. Asuka takes the Damage Control shirt. You're going to love this. War Games! Bayley, Io, Asuka, Kairi. Taking on Shotzi, Bianca, Charlotte. Ah, it's the tank driving itself. Ghost tank. This tank is looking like a ghost tank. Kick coming in by Asuka and Kyrie. Lovely little tease that they were going to get rid of Bayley. I think the delivery of that segment, though, it just... You know, like how when Roman comes out and it's Bloodline and, like, they go through and they take their time and, you know, Roman will look out at the crowds and it's his time, yeah? We operate on Roman time. Slowly makes his way to the ring. We take our time. All this kind of stuff. What we just saw there felt quite rushed. Felt quite... Not poorly delivered, but you can see what they were trying to achieve. But, like, some of the teases just didn't get... Maybe weren't allowed to breathe as long as they should have. Felt a bit just quick and like, oh, we've got to like do this now. Now we're doing this with Roman and the Bloodline. That would have, that would have flowed better. There we go, just a little brawl, and we're already done. Amazingly, we're 10 minutes in already as well. Cena is in the tank. Ah, very good, Bembo. Very good. I might be in the minority, but Bayley is awful on the microphone, said Brony. I wonder if it's a case that they just don't get time to do it, or they never get a chance. When do we ever see Damage Control opening the show and getting that kind of, you know, maybe there was a bit of nerves. Maybe they've only been given a short amount of time, you know? That, to me, felt like it should have breathed more, and we could have actually got more out of it. I think the Bloodline are excellent at getting, like, edge of your seat. Oh, my God, where's this going type? This is captivating. They're very good at getting that out of moments which maybe don't have loads going on in them, but they make loads of stuff in them just with little looks and pauses and them taking their time. And I just think that that was a really great example. Bloodline would have killed that. They would have killed it. Damage Control just felt a little off, just felt a little rushed, just felt like it didn't breathe or didn't quite land in certain places. Don't know. Interesting. Some nice stuff in there. I love the little tease of like someone isn't actually a full-blown member of Damage Control right now. And Bayley getting a bit, whoa. Again, you know, I think you could have done more with that. Could have built that more. Made a bigger thing out of that. It just felt like it happened and it was done and it was resolved quite quickly. We're going to commercial break. I think we've got the triple threat tag match coming up now. So this is the number one contenders triple threat tag. There we go. Number one contenders, Brawling Brutes, and two other teams. Brawling Brutes, Pretty Deadly, and Street Profits. Tyler said, who else has got problems with Damage Control? Well, I mean, I feel like they've probably come across most people. Becky would feel like a good person. I mean, unless Becky is going to be involved in a separate match. I mean, Becky and Bayley feuded a lot earlier this year. And I know that Becky's over on Raw, but as we said, certainly when it comes to Survivor Series, I think that, you know, you can see people go into different brands and a few, like, brands battling against each other and whatever. I think that for this story, they could definitely reach out to Becky and see if she wants to be a part of the biggest women's match. She's maybe the biggest women's star they've got. So, and she's had problems with Damage Control. So the fact she's over on Raw wouldn't be a barrier to me, because this isn't Raw against SmackDown, this match. This is, you know, we're trying to bring down Damage Control. Over on SmackDown, I don't know, to be honest. We've already got Bianca, Shotzi, Charlotte, Bianca, Shotzi, Charlotte. We potentially need just one more. Let's have a look at the roster. Women's roster for SmackDown, and we'll see if anyone jumps out. There'll probably be someone we go, oh yeah. M. Kayla Braxton. They could get Meech in. Zelina. There isn't really anyone, actually. I've just filtered it by this. You got Alba Fire. No. B-Fab. No. Bianca's already in it. Kathy Kelly. Charlotte's in it. Dakota's injured. Isla Dawn. No. Io Sky's in it. Kairi Sane is in it. Kayla Braxton. Meechin. Scarlett. Stephanie McMahon is listed as part of the SmackDown women's roster. That would be sick. Zelina Vega, Tamina. So there isn't actually like a big juicy name, I would say. There's no one there that I'm like, boom, yes, them. I mean, you could get Zelina, but to be honest, she should be more involved in the Rey Santos story than she should really be worrying about this feud, which has got nothing to do with her. So I would go and get Becky. Pick up the phone, give her a call. How you doing, mate? You got any plans for Survivor Series? Have you ever listened to old rap? It's actually gangster rap or hip hop. My favorites are Eminem, 50 Cent, Tupac, and many more. JS17 I have. But I wouldn't say that was old rap. Oh? I think you know someone that can help us. Charlotte's thinking. Oh, here's Nick Aldis. So Nick Aldis wants that fourth member by the end of the night. Well, he hasn't. Oh, was Cody in there? Was Cody in that room? Was Cody in that room just talking to Nick Aldis? Is that our first little glimpse at... Because why would he be there if it was Cody? Is that our first... is this him starting the ball rolling for Roman? Might not even have been him, actually. Someone will have spotted it. There'll be pictures everywhere. Right, here's Pretty Deadly. Bembo said I went back. It was Cody. They sometimes show in the backgrounds. Cody was on the phone, said Jaden. Interesting. Why would he be on the phone? I mean, he's in a feud with Judgment Day. So would he be talking to Nick Aldis about Survivor Series and taking on Judgment Day? What's that about? What's that about? Why is Cody talking to Aldis and why is he on the phone? Can I just say, there will be people right now going, he's on the phone to CM Punk. He's on the phone to CM Punk. We're a week out from Survivor Series. And he's on the phone to CM Punk. That's what some people are going to say. What if Tessa Blanchard is the 4th member? Why would it be Tessa? I'm going to put that it's... was Cody on the phone to CM Punk? I'm going to put that on X. Just to wind people up. 'Cause I'm a heel. And then people will just be like, what you on about, you lot? Always just looking for... trying to get Punk in things? How many times is not gonna be Punk? I know. But I'm just trying to wind you up. I've got the image. Mitchell said, calm down. Maybe he's just trying to find a way of saving 50% on car insurance. Here's the image. Here is the image. You might not be able to see him because he's in the shadows, like the Undertaker. So I'm going to make it big. I'm going to go even bigger. Bum, bum, bum. What's he doing with his hand, perv? Bum, bum, bum. Breaking news. Cody orders Domino's for himself and Nick Aldis. Oh my God, what if he's having an affair? What if he is having an affair with Nick Aldis? Boo, 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 boo. Right. He's talking to Randy. Oh, I didn't think about that, you know. I didn't think about that. That's totally what he's doing. So we are expecting Randy, but why would he be on SmackDown talking to Randy? Was Randy on SmackDown before? That's the only bit that doesn't make much sense. But then are they planning, because we did say next week's Raw is going to be massive because Drew has just been added to the men's match. So is it going to be a case that Randy gets added to the men's match on Monday? So that makes a lot of sense, him being on the phone for Randy. But wonder why they've done it on SmackDown. I suppose it's because Raw ended with that bombshell of Drew. So if you then show Cody on the phone on Friday, maybe that just gets people talking about Raw for Monday. You know, oh, we need to find out who Cody was on the phone to. And we should find out on Raw type situation, you know. Unless it gets announced later that he was on the phone to Randy. Or maybe Cody's like, maybe we'll see Nick later and Nick will be like, did you speak to him? Cody will be like, yeah. He said he'll do it. He said he'll do it. He'll be on Raw. He said he'll be at Raw. Maybe they'll do that kind of a segment. Just a way of getting people excited over the weekend and then getting them to tune in on Monday. So that's a really good shout, that is. That's a really good shout. He's talking to Ted DiBiase Jr. Makes a lot of sense. It's time. It's time for Legacy to get right back to where they belong, at the top of the tag division. Mitchell said maybe Cody was pretending to be on the phone in an attempt to not talk to Nick Aldis. We've all done it, guys. You know what I mean. That's true. That's a really good point. Perhaps he was like backstage checking with people and Nick was like, can I just have a word? And Cody was like, and so he went in and like, perhaps he was boring him. Like, oh, is that my phone? Hello, Brandy. How you doing? Yeah. There's a fire. Oh, my God. I hope everyone's okay. Oh, wow. It's really still going. Oh, my God. Yeah, make sure you get all my Stardust stuff. I don't want to lose that. Yeah, I am. I'm coming home now. Yeah, I'm on my way. Okay. Yeah. So hang on. Nick, I've got to go, mate. I've got to go. There's a fire. And like all my Stardust stuff's in trouble. Oh, yeah. How's the kids? Are they all right, by the way? Yeah. Okay, good. Pharaoh, is he all right? Yeah. No. I'm coming. Don't you worry about it. I'm on my way. Yeah. I gotta go, Nick. Gotta go. Perhaps it is something like that. He doesn't want to get caught in the room. And perhaps Nick Aldis is really dull. In real life, he's just really boring. This was the time I went fishing. Oh, my God. Do you want to see the slides of my fishing trip? Oh, my God, Nick, not again. Oh, mate. You showed me these at NWA 70. I don't need to see him again, Nick. I don't need to see him again. If it turns out to be... I'd love that story. If it turns out that Nick Aldis is, like, really boring, and, like, he just grabbed... And all the wrestlers are like, oh, I don't want to go into Nick's office. I don't want to see Nick. And, like, they go in and, like, you know, they're just like, save me. Save me. That could be fun. That could be fun. Right, we are back to the action. Let's go. Wasn't This Fire Burns Punk's first theme song? Bum, bum, bum. Could he be a cult of personality? Oh! Very good. Do you know, I saw a program. It was all about the death penalty. Change of pace. And there was this one guy on death row because he killed someone and he believed that spirits were talking to him. And they spoke to, I think, a member of his family. And she was saying, like, you've got to be careful with Ouija boards because she saw a film, The Exorcist. She was like, it messed me up, man. Really messed me up. She was like, some of the stuff in that film, it's not right. And he was like, what do you mean? He went, well, like, the woman's head was spinning round. And he was like, yeah. And she's like, not right. And he was like, what do you mean? And she was like, well, that, you know, there's no way you can fake that. That was happening. And he was like, you're telling me that the Exorcist movie was like a documentary? And she was like, there's no way you can fake it. And she was being serious. She was being serious. This woman was saying like the Exorcist film was like a documentary. I was like, man, it's scary. Like, it's scary what people believe out there and like where some people's heads are at, you know? I'm saying that because it is funny how like the CM Punk thing just gets read into everything. I'm not saying that people that are doing that are the same as her. But there is a lot of, and there has been for a long time in wrestling, over-reading into things. Because there's been the odd little tease that's come true. Everything gets read into now. So, like, it's funny, but, like, yeah, you know, there will be people that will be thinking, like, he's on the phone to CM Punk. There will be stuff like that. Maybe he is. Oh, hello, look at this, B-Fab with Bobby. I'm loving that partnership. I love it. I know people would want it to be Bianca, but if they don't have any plans for Bianca to turn heel and they're going to keep her face, nothing wrong with B-Fab being in that group, man. Butch goes over the top to the outsides. We're half an hour in. Drop kick by the Profits. Clothesline by Ridge. Another clothesline. Down go Pretty Deadly. Ridge grabbing Kip. No? Elton. Butch accidentally kicks Ridge. Tag is made. I don't know why, because this match has just been an absolute car crash. Anyway, with legal people. Who knows who the legal person is? Street Profits have picked up the victory. I mean, at one point we had about 5 people in the ring at the same time, so it was kind of cute seeing a tag being made. But Street Profits have emerged victorious. So next Friday, apparently, they're going to get tag team opportunities. Randy might turn to Survivor Series and then RKO Cody, said Dean. Justice for Cedric Alexander, says Defcon Prime. BB Ipsy says, Days, you are right that people do look into things too much. Cody was placing his turkey order for Thanksgiving. Makes perfect sense. You've got to get it in. You've got to get it in. They go quick, man. Here is Bobby. Bobby coming out celebrating. Bobby, you absolute loser. Why the flip have you not brought B-Fab out? It's clear she wants to join your group. Lovely looking young lady. Let her in the group, you coward. Ridge is frustrated with Butch. Good. Come on, Pete Dunne. It's time for Pete Dunne. It's time for the Bruiserweight. It finally happens at Full Gear. Chris Cage, Luchasaurus, Nick Wayne against Darby Allin, Sting and Edge, says Andy. I thought Roman was gone. That's how little he's been around, said AJG. Also shows how well things are going since Roman. Real Kyle said Cody was on the phone making sure he was still booked for the main event at WrestleMania. This Monday. The games begin. The advantage match. So we're going to get a 2-on-2 match between the teams. Drew McIntyre speaks out. So Drew's going to speak on Raw. The guess or the feeling is that he's going to join the heel team. And Cody has been shown potentially sorting out the response. LA Knight against Jimmy Uso tonight. Dark Angel said Sheamus needs to come back and get his boys on the same page. We are at commercial break. Rivy said we could get Pete Dunne back. I'm not a fan of Butch. Rivy says Mia Yim. Shout out to you, bud. Said, do you think Edge will return to WWE after his run with AEW? To a Legends deal. I don't know that he'll have a match. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that he'll come back and have a match. I mean, I don't think, unless something goes wrong in AEW, I could see that being the place where he ends his in-ring career. I think that he is excited by the opportunity that Tony is giving him to basically wrestle however often he wants against whoever he wants. That's a freedom that he doesn't enjoy in WWE. And I think it's a freedom that he's going to take full advantage of over the next few years. Once he's done with that, I'm sure WWE would welcome him back. They've said no hard feelings. So I'm sure they would welcome him back. Things might change if this war heats up. For example, if Dynamite was to move the same night as SmackDown or Raw, and we were then going to get like head-to-head battles, whatever. Maybe there would be some hurt feelings if Edge was trying to take viewers and views away from WWE. But at the moment, it doesn't feel like WWE have really got much of an issue. I think, they've said the right stuff, which is we're really happy for him, pleased for him. They didn't have anything seemingly for him or anything juicy for him, and he's gone off and found something and a company that has got some stuff for him. So, fair play, pleased for him. I feel like the door currently is still open for a return, but I just think that he's going to be in AEW for a while now. That's a big gamble that he's took there. He's kind of turned his back on the WWE fans. I understand it, but there have been people that have been disappointed by his decision to go to WWE's biggest rival. So it was a gamble. It was definitely a gamble for him to do it. So I don't think it's a decision he took lightly. I don't think it's something that he is not going to be committed to. I expect him to be there for the next few years. In fact, I'm sure he's contracted for that. So I think he will see that out. And I don't know that he comes back and has a match with WWE. He may do. It may just be a one-off match, though, like to end the career the way he wants to end it, so that his last match is at WrestleMania or something. So he may come, but a run, I think you've just had it. I think you've had it. I can't see him coming back and having a run. But one more match to call it quits at WrestleMania? Yeah, potentially. I could definitely see him getting signed to like a Legends deal, after AEW. Meechin's just been attacked backstage. Road Dogg said, if I was a female backstage and Bianca came to me, I would run. Because Damage Control are taking out women, seemingly. Edge already had the perfect ending in WWE with Sheamus in his hometown, says James. That's true. WWE fan said, what was the floating piece of paper at the end of that Charlotte, Shotzi, Bianca, Nick Aldis segment? I didn't see a floating piece of paper. Mickey James will be the fourth partner, said Chris. Loving the DOGG on commentary, says K-Dub. WWE had nothing for him, and AEW has got him redoing an angle from 10 years ago. Tamplin Reese said maybe Dakota was on about herself when she said someone isn't part of Damage Control. She said it was Asuka. She said, there's someone that's not part of Damage Control. And then she went, no, not you, Asuka, silly. She's not a member yet. So she was referring to Asuka. Scarlett said, I still think Edge should have won the championship from Big E in 2021, even if he wasn't the Universal Champion. Scarlett, shout out to you. I do think that it was a shame that he didn't get a world title, considering what he did and had to do to try and get back to the ring. I think that was something people were waiting for, to see if he would get a title. But to be honest, he was never going to get that belt from Roman. So the window was very short. Big E lost the championship at day one, which was before Edge returned. So he couldn't have got a title off Big E. Edge came back in 2020, early 2020. Big E lost the title at day one in 2020. So Edge wasn't around when Big E was champion. So there was only a very short window between Edge returning at the Rumble and Roman winning the title later in 2020, because since then you weren't getting that title off Roman. So you only had a very short window to get a world title onto Edge, unless Roman's title reign would start later. But I don't think anyone would have wanted his reign to have started later, because it wouldn't be as long as it is now had it have started later. So There was only actually quite a small window. What you could have done is you could have brought in the secondary belt earlier. You know, the one that Seth's got. That could have been brought in earlier. That would have been better. But there, I don't think there was loads of opportunity for him to get his hands on a world title because of Roman's dominance. Ray is having knee surgery, and my understanding is it's actual knee surgery that he's actually needed for a long time. Hence why that breakup story was done so quickly, because they knew that Ray was going to be out of action. So they've used the split to explain it, which is a good thing to do. Here is Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee making his way down to the ring. Who's he facing? Here's how this match came about, but I don't know what the match is. He's in the room with Nick Aldis. Oh, he wants to avenge Ray. You've been crushing it. You can show Ray and the whole world what Lucha Libre is all about. So he's taking on Axiom. Bit strange. Have we not got any SmackDown people that are being underutilized? Axiom is formerly A-Kid from NXT UK, who is a great talent, but hasn't quite connected, I would say, in NXT. This will be an interesting showcase match for SmackDown, though, won't it? You know? The sensational Spaniard. That's very interesting, isn't it? Because that's very interesting. Because if someone was to ask me what Spanish wrestling looks like, I wouldn't be able to answer it. Because I don't know that it has an identity. I feel like British wrestling is very technical. If you think about Catchers Catch Can, Billy Robinson, think about Zack Sabre Jr., think about Will Ospreay, think about William Regal. You're talking about people that really can look after themselves in the ring and are very technical reversals. As we said, that kind of Catchers Catch Can, that Wigan snake pit. If you think of Mexico, you think of Lucha Libre. If you think of Japan, you think of strong style and like, you know, lots of striking, lots of chops, laying it in. If you think of America, then you tend to think more of like the American style of wrestling, which is like the WWE style, which is a bit of a kind of mixture of a few different flavors, but presented in a very commercial package. You know, there's a little bit of like, you know, Lucha Libre in there. There's a little bit of Catchers Catch Can in there. You know, there's a little bit of, I think American stuff has just brought the best from the world. And it's this kind of real mixture, which, as we said, has been put into a very commercial package. I don't know what Spanish wrestling is. I haven't got a clue. Because I can't really name that many Spanish wrestlers. Other than Kane. But I think this is where Axiom should, if I was Axiom, shouldn't so much be looking at Mexico. If I was Axiom, I'd be really trying to answer that question. I would be trying to figure out, first of all, I'd get rid of the Axiom name. But I would be trying to figure out what is Spanish professional wrestling. Because it might not be Lucha. Sometimes there's no build to a match like this one. That's true. Right. Ellis Dub said, I remember when he was A-Kids. I think Axiom is meant to connect with a different kind of audience. It reminds me of how Adrian Neville was presented on the main roster. He was... I mean, I don't like the mask, to be honest. I don't like the full face masks. I think that facial expressions are really important, and the full face mask, you just can't see. I think you lose so much. So much. To be able to see someone's eyes, can't even see his eyes. Can't see his eyes, can't see his facial expression. You lose, I mean, it just means that his body language has to be turned up to 11. And it is limiting. It is very, very limiting. So him being able to do like the flips and everything, it's going to be so difficult for him to make that connection with the crowd. And you know, I don't get it as well, because he's a really good looking guy. Do you know what I mean? Like, if he was like really ugly, then you'd be like, yeah, God, please put him in the mask. Oh, it's offensive. I don't want to watch. But he's not. He's a really good looking guy. I don't understand. I don't get it. And the Axiom name as well doesn't make me think Spain. It makes me think of like banking, insurance. I don't think it's a very good name for a wrestler at all. So I don't know. I don't know if it's those things. I don't know if it's the mask and the fact we can't see his face. I don't know if it's the name. I don't know if it's the fact that he's just a generic lucha. It's just generic. It's just, I might as well be watching Kalisto. I might as well be watching Gran Metalik. I might as well be watching Lince Dorado. Like, what is there about him that's different to those? I don't know. I'd be so much more interested in answering the question, what is Spanish professional wrestling? I think that's a really interesting question. What is Spanish professional wrestling? What does that look like? And if it doesn't have an identity, what could its identity be? Can't be Axiom. I don't think that's what it is. Dropkick by Axiom as Dragon Lee goes through the ropes. They should have him cut promos without the mask, says King Kinshasa, and then wrestle with it on. That'd be better. I think that would help him kind of connect with the audience. Or maybe he could cut promos with it on, and then he wrestles with it on. And they'll be like, why do you do that? He'll be like, don't know. Shy. I'm shy, but I can be myself in the ring. Kick coming in by Dragon Lee. Defcon said, when I was 12, we walked by a bar in Tijuana, Mexico. When my family and I were visiting, it was there that we saw a ring. And let me tell you, Spanish wrestling is not all lucha libre. It was vicious. But that's not Spain. Like, that's Mexico, isn't it? Like, what does Spanish wrestling look like? Tijuana, Mexico would be Mexican wrestling. I understand that Spanish and I don't know. I don't even know if you can say it's not a Spanish culture in South America, is it? There's a lot of places that speak Spanish, but surely that's their culture. That's South American culture. Yes, I would say there are similarities. But it doesn't have to mean that that's what Spanish wrestling is. Doesn't have to mean that Spanish wrestling is lucha libre. I can't answer it. I can't name lots of Spanish wrestlers, so I don't know. It's not a question I've ever pondered before, but I really like it. I would imagine, like most places, it's probably heavily influenced by what the rest of the world is doing. if you don't really have a strong identity yourself, you're probably just doing what you see on TV, which is just heavily influenced by everything you see. So maybe it's a case it doesn't really have a strong identity, because perhaps wrestling is just too niche for it to really have an identity. So what little wrestling there is has been influenced by WWE, has been influenced by New Japan, has been influenced by, you know, other companies. That would make such an interesting video, the history of Spanish wrestling. That would make a really interesting video. Dragon Lee getting planted with a pile driver type move, reverse Rana type move, reverse Frankensteiner type move. Oof, it's a lovely move. It's a shame he kicked out of it. Pile driver like, says Michael Cole. Kick coming in there by Dragon Lee. Axiom goes down. There was a mini "This is awesome" chant that was starting up there, but it didn't really catch fire. Top rope enziguri there by Axiom. Axiom is climbing up. These two up top. Spanish Fly. Feels Spanish Fly-esque. Spanish Fly. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Dragon Lee getting his shoulder up. If this match was in AEW, you guys would be complaining. I did complain, I just said. Why is he kicked out of that? Flippy Floppy is Flippy Floppy. Doing moves and kicking out of them. I don't care what the company is. Against the ropes goes Axiom. Roll up there by Dragon Lee. Axiom in the air. Oh my God. He just got dropped on the back of his head. He just got planted. Single arm. Knee strike there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee back in the corner. Charging over again. Operation Dragon. Operation Dragon. Wins it for Dragon Lee. There was little "This is awesome" chants as the crowd were into some of the big moves. And I'm sure it's a match that will get plenty of praise, but you know, it was what it was. What is your favorite video package? That was asked the other day. When they have the floppy matches, Matt Riddle should be the referee, said David. Stephen said, children in need. Grand total last night was 33.5 million. I always watch it. It's a great charity, says Stephen. Dakota said, do you think Cody will have a heel run? I hope not. To be honest, I don't think he needs a heel run. I think he'll be around for a while, but he's kind of made noises that he's not looking to really been around for like 10 years or anything. I think he historically said he wanted to be done by the age of 40. So I feel like he's going to win the title, have a run with that title. And depending on like how old he is once that's done, I genuinely don't know what we're going to look at past that point. I think it's going to be hard for him to leave. Because I would imagine, you know, once you get that first title, the other ones should follow a bit easier. Just because, like, you know, chasing a title and getting to that title, that is a big mountain to climb. Doing it again shouldn't be as difficult as the first one. So I would imagine it would be tricky for him to leave. Have you seen any Cara Noir updates? I haven't seen anything in ages. No, I've not seen nothing. You picked Aspinall to lose. You're a traitor. You're a bad fight predictor, said Freds. It's true. I I did say that my heart was with Aspinall, but my head was with Pavlovich. Pavlovich got crazy power, man. And honestly, for me, the question was, if he connected on Aspinall, could Aspinall take it? And my thoughts was that he would get rocked, and then Pavlovich would capitalize on it. And he did connect with him, and he did rock him. He wasn't able to capitalize. And it allowed Tom to get back into it. Tom came back, cracked Pavlovich. Pavlovich got rocked. Tom was able to capitalize. So it was fine margins. But yeah, no, true. Over the moon. UK has got another champion along with Leon Edwards. David said they should have Santos come out and speak in Japanese and put him with Shinsuke. Should have Santos come out and speak in Japanese and put him with Shinsuke. I don't know if he can speak Japanese, can he, Santos? Juan said they've said many times and not just this time. Days, are you watching UFC or AEW tomorrow? It's AEW tomorrow. So, it was a difficult one, to be honest. It was a real difficult one. I genuinely don't know what the right one to do is. It was a proper 50-50 because I think UFC is doing some good stuff, and obviously we're building towards a big show at the end of the year. And, you know, some of the fights tomorrow look all right. They look pretty good. It's not the biggest cards. It's not the biggest show. It is like a normal weekly fight night card, but there's still some good stuff on there. But then, you know, there's some interesting things happening with AEW. Certainly who's going to be signing. That was been a big talking point. I don't know if the devil thing gets revealed. It might not, but it may. Who knows? We might get a new AEW world champion. We could see titles changing hands. It's difficult. Really difficult. So I've gone with AEW. Might not be the right might not be the right move. But had to pick a lane. So I picked a lane. But if Randy returns next week, reckon the program he's in post Survivor Series with Judgment Day. If so, is Cody and Sammy his partners? If Randy returns next week, I reckon the program is in post Survivor Series will be Judgment Day. If so, are his partners Cody and Sammy? I honestly, I don't know. I haven't thought that far forwards. I think we need to get him back first. We need to get him back. We need to see if he is the person, if he is going to compete. I mean, I think we can go as far as to like predict and book him to be at Survivor Series, but trying to go beyond that, I think we need to see what he's like first. Need to see if he's even coming back. Here is Santos. Dun, dun, dun. So Santos coming out to the Legado music. I think you can still hear the Legado. Right, here is Santos. He's making his way down to the ring. Doesn't look like he's going to be fighting. I'm thinking forward because we just keep going in circles with Sammy and the Judgment Day. Well, hopefully we won't. You know, if they are going to do that, hopefully they'll find someone different to partner up with Randy. A heel white suit, said David. Couldn't have Santos attack Dragon Lee after the match and then cut the promo, said Watson. I'm angry about the world, says William. Here is Santos then. We're an hour into the show already. We're already at the halfway point. As soon as we get to the next commercial break, then we will... Hello, booze. As soon as we get to the next commercial break, then we will do halftime scores. So the crowd are booing. Crowd are chanting, "You suck." Never meet your heroes, he says. You know the expression, never meet your heroes. My hero, Rey Mysterio. It was my wish that the next generation would see me the same way I used to see Rey Mysterio. Crowd booing away again. Code said, this feels like a go home tonight. You was a father figure to me. We just saw Legado watching on backstage. Everything Dominic said about you was right, said Santos. Santos is like, prove me wrong. I deserve to be the United States champion. I wanted to rebuild the LWO. New members like Carlito. Takes his jacket off. Santos has got a problem with Carlito here. We were supposed to be familiar. You sided with an outsider like Carlito over me. I know you're watching from your hospital beds. All this pain you're suffering, I hope it reminds you of how I felt. Can I just say, this is a big segment for Santos. This is a massive segment for him. He doesn't tend to get this kind of time. When does he get to stand out there on his own? You want me to apologize? I'll apologize for not doing more damage. This is an excellent promo from Santos. I hope you catch an infection. Michael Cole says, cut this guy's mic off. He says, I hope you get an infection. I feel like Zelina was meant to interrupt maybe a little earlier. Excellent promo. Brilliant delivery. And then just at the end, it kind of felt like... It felt to me like he was talking. He's like, where is she? Where is she? Where is she? I'm going to keep saying words, but where is she? Where is she? So she comes down. Me and you are through. Zelina slaps Santos. The only person I hate more than you is me, says Zelina. Forever trusting you. Zelina walks away. Here's Del Toro. Are you going to side with her over me? I made you. This is true. They only exist because he kidnapped them in NXT. Do you remember that? They were like backstage and he grabbed them, bundled them into a van, and then we got Legado. Del Toro and back in have made their way down to the ring there. Let's get the three of us together again. What you did to Ray, what you did to Zelina, completely out of line. It's good. Get the hell out of here. Leave. I don't need you. You're dead weight. They are. They're the losers. I can't even remember their names. Get rid of them, Santos. Get rid of them. Better off without them. Yeah! Nailed them. Go on, Santos. Really good delivery from Santos. Really, really good. Kick coming in there by Santos. Maybe a moment just before Zelina came out where it kind of felt like we were stuttering, stalling, just spinning our wheels a little bit. I think it was because she was meant to be coming out and he knew it, and I don't know if she was a little bit late or if he was just thinking, is she coming now? Is it now? Or but everything before that was excellent. And right now is attacking Del Toro and Wild. Carlito has come down. Tell you what, this is a match I care about. Santos has been great. Carlito is actually involved in quite an interesting story now. Ray is injured. LWO is in tatters. Good. Yeah, I care. Right? Santos always wanted to be heel anyway, said Rivy. Santos walking away. Santos is in his element here, said JB. Wasted time as a vanilla babyface. He is a natural heel. Yeah, I think he was brilliant then. Brilliant. He could be like a much better Alberto Del Rio. Could you imagine if he had came out in a car and had his own ring announcer and was around the kind of world title picture, ability to cut a promo? So, you know, I feel like you've really got someone of that ilk with Santos. But it's true, yeah, we've just been faffing around with doing some stuff which has been, I think vanilla is a good word to use. Exciting when we first put the LWO together. That felt good. That felt like we were doing something. But then, you know, it just kind of didn't really go anywhere. And then they split and it was great. And that was great. Very good. Well, I'm waiting for the, what's the halftime scores? Well, we're trying to get there, but we're trying to get there. WWE AEW fan said it was a good segment, 3.5. Here's another of those NFL belts. Right now, Road Dogg is looking at the Colts belt. He's basically Andrade that can speak English. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Good comparison, yeah. But Andrade was excellent in NXT. Certainly when he was with Zelina. The thing is, though, Santos doesn't really need a mouthpiece for him. But we could still potentially look at giving him a ring announcer or giving him a manager. I suppose in a wise man. Not a manager, not someone that does talking for him, but someone that can just help to make him feel important. You know, like how Paul Heyman does talking, but doesn't do all the talking because Roman can talk. Maybe we could have someone that could come out and, like, you know, hold up the belts for Santos if he gets, like, the United States title in the future or whatever. I mean, it's hard to know what he's going to do in it, I suppose. See, it doesn't feel like he's going to be around the US title anytime soon because he's a heel and Logan's a heel. So we need a face to win it. Maybe Santos could get it off LA Knight. Maybe LA Knight could win it from Logan and then Santos win it from LA Knight, but I don't know, when's that going to happen? You know, we're probably looking at a good 6-7 months there. Because I don't think LA Knight's going to get it till Mania. So, tricky, isn't it? What you do with him? I mean, straight away he goes in a feud with Carlito, and we need to explore further the Wild and Del Toro. I'm sure that we'll get those matches on SmackDowns. Del Toro versus Santos, Whacking Wild against Santos, and obviously Carlito one is the big one. Maybe we get Santos Ray when Ray returns, but I don't know, it's difficult, isn't it? What else are you going to do with him? Because he ain't going to get the main title. He hasn't got a partner, so he can't have the tag titles. And I can't see him getting the United States title for quite a while, so tricky. Tricky. Have to just do some good creative stories. Relying on any wrestling company to do good creative stories is a bit of a gamble, but in Triple H we trust. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Boom. Right, LD Cool with 7, Mark with 6. Christopher said 4.5. Fred says, bring Elektra Lopez back to manage Santos. Big Time said 6. The star power is lacking tonight. X-Mold, shout out to you. Kieran said, have Solo come out and 6.7. Ray said 7. Mr. Quake said 7.5. Trey says 5.5. Mr. Dale Jr. said 7. French Fries with 6. Stone9540 said 6.5. Wardy42 said 7.2. Owen Wrestling said, I'm sad that Legado broke up. 7.5 for Can't Stop, Won't Stop. Mitchell said, what's your score? I'm around the 6 range. Santa's segment was good, and I enjoyed the Lee match. 6, yeah. I thought that the opening had a few bits to it, but I don't think they really delivered it as well as it could have been delivered. I didn't think it really had room to breathe. The first tag match I didn't really care about. I mean, Street Profits winning is cool, and I like seeing B-Fab, Cody being backstage. To be honest, this is a show that hasn't really delivered like massive things. It's just delivered little bits. I like Cody being backstage. I like B-Fab being with Bobby. I like the Santos promo, you know? I like those kind of moments. Probably the Santos bit was the biggest bit. So, yeah, I'm probably around like a 6 kind of area. Kind of feeling that's where a lot of people are, actually. Shaquem's at a 6. Jason's at a 7. Terry is at a 6.5. Aaron's at a 6. Sonny's at a 6. K-Dub's at a 7. Denise at a 7. WWE Fan 1000 said 7. Wisp with a 7. Legend Killer with a 6. A. Jobson says 7.75 though. And Ishan says 8. Leonard with a 6.75. Real Kyle says 5. J Love with a 7. Greg with an 8. Grayson Waller is taking on Cameron Grimes. So a bit of a mixed bag, to be honest. Certainly don't think it's a show that's smashing it out of the park in the sense of we're not seeing people like all around 8s. We're seeing like a real mixture in there. I don't know quite what the average would work out at. But I don't think the 6s, probably somewhere in the 6s feels about right. But let's see what they've got for these final 45 minutes, shall we? Let's see what they've got for us coming up as we work our way towards the final parts of this week's SmackDown. This is a show that doesn't have John Cena, doesn't have Roman Reigns. It's going to be interesting to know what the ratings are going to be for this show. Austin Theory is on commentary. Against the ropes goes Cameron Grimes. And again, knocking down Grayson. Theory, as we said on commentary, I was just listening to what he was saying. Road Dogg just said, I was hoping to see your entrance. I was disappointed that you didn't get one. You should have one each week. And Theory was like, I agree. Going for the cover, and Grayson kicks out. It's been a weird little show in the sense of, you know, Dragon Lee against Axiom. You don't really associate that with SmackDown. Cameron Grimes against Grayson Waller. Again, you know, this is someone that's a bit cold. People don't really know Cameron Grimes. They haven't seen much of Cameron Grimes. Cameron Grimes lands on the edge of the ring. This isn't a go-home either. It's not a go-home. The go-home's next week. They have said, though, that they need to find a partner for the women. So win there for Grayson. So who will partner Charlotte Flair? Bianca Belair and Shotzi. In fact, we probably should put that in the chat, couldn't we? We could get a little poll. Who will partner Bianca, Shotzi, and Solo? His time is now. Solo coming up next. So, who's going to partner Bianca, Shotzi, Charlotte? Will it be Becky? Will it be Zelina? Because we just saw her talking to Zelina. Will it be Jade? Or will it be someone else? We'll get that in the chat right now. Days, was Seth Rollins' Universal title run the best, or was it awful? If Seth was Universal Champion, what if he became the leader of Bloodline and defend his bout against popular guys? Well, he wouldn't be the leader of Bloodline because Bloodline it was all about family, wasn't it? So he wouldn't be the leader of... That wouldn't really make much sense. I think him being the leader of some sort of group with some young guys coming through, that could be interesting. I wouldn't have an issue with that. I think it's widely agreed that Seth's best run was when he was doing like Monday Night Rollins. That's the one that everyone seems to like compare Seth to. Like whatever he's doing now gets compared to like the Monday Night Rollins run. Although I think there was some that did enjoy when he was Architect and he was like WWE champion. I think some enjoyed that. And obviously people enjoyed when he was in the Shield. And people enjoyed that period as well. I don't know how many people are like really into what he's doing at the moment. He's a big star, but I don't know that... I don't think this is the best period of his career. Maybe he would disagree. Perhaps he would say this is, but I think Monday Night Rollins was better. Justin said, when you see WWE put a video up of Randy, did you see WWE put a video up of Randy wrestling Wade Barrett and CM Punk on commentary with a Survivor Series promo at the bottom? Is WWE trolling fans now with Punk? So No, yes and no. So I can't give you an example of when WWE have put up a video on their YouTube channel which has then teased the return of someone. Because to be truthful, they're not going to tell them to, like, the plans in the marketing department, because it's just more people that could leak news, isn't it? Like, if let's say they have got CM Punk coming back, right? Let's say he is coming back. They wouldn't tell people that work in the YouTube team or the marketing team, right, we need you to do this because CM Punk's coming back. There's no way they would do that, because that could get out. Like, you want as few people as possible to know that news. So I think that anything the YouTube department are putting on YouTube, they are doing it really of their own accord. So I think they get told to put up so many full matches, and, you know, there's parameters that they get given, like, you know, this is what you got to do. You got to do this many highlight videos. You got to do the top 10 video. We want to put up one full match from our history a week, or whatever it might be, right? So if they've chosen one that's got Randy in it and just so happens to have CM Punk on commentary, then it could be that someone in that team has done that to just, you know, fuel speculation. It could absolutely be that. What I don't believe is that it is done on purpose to indicate that CM Punk's coming back. I don't believe that for 1 second. I think the reason why you would do it is because you work in the YouTube team, you know what everyone's talking about, and so if you can find a match that's got CM Punk and Randy that you can put up, then maybe that's why you would do it. But not for a second do I think that Triple H has called up someone in the YouTube team and said, listen, CM Punk's coming back at Survivor Series, so can you put up a random video of CM Punk so that when people see it, they start speculating? Not for 1 second do I think that conversation has happened. And I genuinely cannot give you an example where they have gone onto their YouTube channel and put a video up that features a wrestler, that wrestler has then returned. You know, if there's been rumors of, say, The Rock coming in at WrestleMania, then, you know, of course, whoever works on the YouTube team may put up a Rock video, because they can see what is trending. They can see where the conversation is. They can see where the speculation is. They want views. So they will put up what is going to get them the most views. And if the conversation is The Rock, well, then they'll put up, you know, they'll lean in that direction. But it doesn't mean that Triple H or someone has called them up and told them to do that. So I really, 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 really would not read anything into that whatsoever. I would not use that as an indicator. I don't believe that is anything other than the YouTube team, the marketing team, just trying to maximize views. Here's Jimmy's in the ring as well. Jimmy is in the ring with Heyman and Solo. Jimmy wasn't announced as being out there. An acknowledgement ceremony, all puns intended, so they're acknowledging Solo. Weird, innit? Weird that we haven't seen any of Paul Heyman, any of Solo. There definitely feels like they're trying to not be as reliant on the Bloodline now. This is just a segment. So, Heyman, I think the crowd knew that Cena wasn't coming out. John Cena's not here this evening. And it's all thanks to Solo. Paul Heyman says that John Cena will never appear in a WWE ring ever again. I can see the little kid crying. Oh, God, show us. John Cena can barely speak. So Heyman's saying that they're here to acknowledge Solo. He talks about John Cena getting destroyed. John Cena didn't have the heart to say goodbye. So I get to say goodbye to John Cena. And I get to say goodbye to you for John Cena. He's loving it, isn't he? Paul Heyman's loving this. Goodbye. Crowd boo. That was John's cue. Yeah, we got the Heyman theme impression. Doo, 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 doo. Let's go. The 5 moves of doom. Heyman's basically telling you how this would be booked. It's like, you know, normally I would say this and Cena would come out, but where is he? He's not coming. And it's all because of Solo. The Cena killer. If he does come back, Solo's got to be his opponent. Solo's got to be his target. Otherwise, he's not John Cena. Is that true? Could he not just avoid him? I suppose that's not a very John Cena thing to do, is it? Cena's not really about avoiding challenges. You can't see John Cena. Because John Cena won't be here. We're really getting across John Cena's not around anymore. LA Knight comes out. Tell them the truth, Paul. Solo talked to Saf after and convinced them to end the strike. Okay, let's see what LA Knight's got to say. Everyone knows the only reason that Roman is still champ is because of the bloodline. And everyone here knows that's a problem. We got a problem. LA Knight says, we got a problem. Well, I'm a problem solver. LA Knight is cringe. He reminds me of a cosplay Attitude Era fan, says Real Kyle. Chris said, still massive pops. Wisp said, they want me to do a bunch of training on technical skills. Wisp, hope you well. They're going above and beyond to put Solo over as an unstoppable monster, said LS Dub. Paul is so good at doing exactly that. Jaden said he's so over, and the pop he'll get at Mania when he dethrones Logan will be insane. 700 miles to see LA Knight. Well, she doesn't look very excited. She's got a sign saying, I'm 700 miles to see LA Knight. The hell was that? I don't know what his little poem was. But he had an excellent promo last week. He had a real good go at Grayson Waller. His promo last week was excellent. When he, because he said to Grayson, like, that he looks like he's ready for his school photo. And he said, you're probably not allowed anywhere near a school, you perv, or something like that. Like, he had some lines that were like, oh, there's some good stuff in there. Right, that's going to lead us to our next match. So we got 29 minutes left to go. It's going to be LA Knight against Jimmy Uso. LA Knight versus Jimmy Uso. Right. Days, could the fourth member be Tiffany instead of Becky? It would be a big surprise. But a big surprise would be Sasha. Imagine the pop that would get. That would be a big surprise. That would be a big surprise. Could it be Tiffany? I don't think so. She's a heel, isn't she? I mean, I know it's not the biggest barrier, but I don't know. I'm leaning to Becky because she's not on the card. I mean, maybe she could end up on the cards. I'm leaning towards Becky. But could they turn to someone to... Could it be Cora Jade? I haven't seen Cora Jade in forever. And she seemingly left NXT. So could it be Cora Jade? But then last time we saw her, she was a heel as well. So... But then saying that, just because you was a heel when you was in NXT doesn't mean that, you know, we haven't seen her for so long. Perhaps she's changed her attitude. I think she's changed her boobs. Maybe she changed her attitude as well. WWE AEW fan said, this show has been going by real fast. Brony said, I didn't like that promo and I'm an LA Knight fan. Macarai said, thoughts on the Everton news and nothing for... City, Chelsea. Hang on. What? Thoughts on the Everton news and nothing for City and Chelsea. Do you think Everton stay up? I don't know, to be honest, because I've seen they've got a 10-point deduction, but I don't know where that puts them in the table now. So losing 10 points is awful because you need 40 to stay up. That means they're going to need 50 because their 10-point deduction will give them 40. And even then it's... I think you're safe if you can get 40. I mean, the thing is that there's, like, Luton seem to be struggling, don't they? So I think Luton are definitely going to be one of the teams that go down. I actually think Everton have got a bit more about them this year than they've had previous. So I actually felt quite good Everton would be fine this year. The 10-point deduction makes things very interesting. But they've got the deduction early, haven't they? So there's still time. They've still got time. They know what they're facing. So I think they'll survive. But I actually don't know where they are in the table right now. They might be rock bottom because of this deduction. But it's the middle of November. The season ends in April. So they know. Do you know what I mean? This could be news that actually galvanizes them in the sense of, we've got to fight now for 5 months. We have to get results. Nothing can be taken for granted. So it'll be interesting to see how they react to the news. But I'm going to say Everton will be fine. And nothing for Chelsea or Man City. There must be a reason. I don't think there's favoritism. So there must be a reason. The financials must look different. So where are we? We're 25 minutes to go. Days. Boss Hog is fat useless sheriff from a TV show, Dukes of Hazzard. Okay. But does that relate to something? Okay. We don't have any more options. You need to make that call. She is going to make the call. What if she's going to call Cody in the past? What if for some reason WWE have gone really artsy and they're showing us segments but not in the actual timeline that they occur? So we're actually seeing a segment from earlier and it's all like, maybe she called Cody, didn't get through, left a voicemail. Then we see Cody checking the voicemail. I think what I'm saying is the fourth person is going to be Cody Rhodes. Standard Never said time travel angle. Let's go. Let's go. This is basically Memento, the film Memento. It's going to be very trippy. It's Eternal Spotlight of the... No, it's Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Is that what it was called? You know, that Jim Carrey film? That was all over the show. Why does Charlotte need to make a call to Becky? Bianca and Becky were on good terms. And it was Bianca who called her last year for War Games, said Jay. Maybe it's not Becky. Maybe she's calling Ric Flair. Woo! Da, 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 bum, 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 bum. Woo! The Nature Boy! Yeah, I agree. It doesn't make any sense, does it? Doesn't make any sense. I mean, we know that Becky and Charlotte flipping hate each other. So, I agree. To be honest, if Becky gets a call from Charlotte, she might just go, I ain't answering that. Forget that. It's probably better if anyone other than Charlotte was to call. Charlotte, call your father. He's drunk again. Woo! One more match. One more match. David Flair returns, said Wrestle with Andy. LA Knight called Paul Heyman Boss Hog. Oh, I didn't even catch that, to be honest. Fred said Charlotte is calling her stepmom Lacey Evans. Excellent work. Charlotte is calling Tony Khan, said Dylan. I would like it to be Mandy Rose, said BB Yipsy. Trafford Buckley said, Days, I got tickets to a live show next year. Yeah, they were on sale, weren't they, today? Which one are you going to, Trafford's? Which one are you off to? I was having a little look at the Birmingham one. It's on a Wednesday. But they're doing 4 dates. It's not actually that big of a tour. I'm surprised. Normally they do Nottingham, Manchester, Glasgow. It's 4 dates. They don't love us anymore. I think what's happened is we've cheated on them with AEW and the Wembley show, and now they hate us. That's what's happened, guys. That we've upset WWE. All of you lot that went to AEW all in at Wembley, I don't know how you sleep at night. I don't know how you sleep at night because now WWE are upset with us and they hate us and they're only giving us a few shows now. Can can we have another premium live event next year? No. France is going to have it. Oh, not France. Oh, can we have are we still going to get the bash in Birmingham? No, it's the bash in Berlin now. Oh, yeah. Go to Wembley, will ya? Oh, you like someone else now, do you? Sorry. Sorry, WWE. Well, I didn't go, so it's not my fault. That'd be a thug move, man. Imagine that. Imagine if they were that petty. That would be a boss move. Yeah, you can go to AEW, but we'll never come to your country again. Just imagine Punk challenges Seth after the social media stuff that they had. Goosebumps, said Great Days. Charlotte's calling John Moxley. She's calling John Moxley? What, so that she can have a word with Renee Paquette? Maybe Renee's going to be the fourth person. Trini said, Days, I just saw a man on my TV. Same here. Do you think this means that Punk returns at Survivor Series? How would you book it, said Trini. I went onto Twitter and I saw someone mention CM Punk. And I can only imagine that's a fake account created by WWE. And that means he's coming back. It is, I mean, like, it is crazy. That is the level that we have kind of got to now, you know? It is just... And in all fairness, I did play into it. Over 1,000 people saw that tweet that I put out when I said, like, is Cody on the phone to CM Punk? And I didn't even look at the responses because I'd imagine I'm getting roasted and I deserve it. I deserve it. So, yeah, I think... you know, White Rabbit was amazing, and obviously the stuff Bray did was amazing, but because he planted those cryptic clues, and because there was, like, puppets in the background, and there was stuff in the background, now everything gets read into on a level that I don't think ever saw before Bray, you know. I think Bray kind of really changed all of that. So he definitely had an impact on wrestling in many, many ways. And that impact is still being felt, I would say. So, yeah, I mean, look, I don't expect CM Punk to come back. If he did, I would pop. I would be over the moon. I really like CM Punk. You know, let's not get it twisted that I would not be pleased to see him or that I would be down on it. No, far from it. I would really like it. There's tons of matches that I would love to see. But it's just, it comes down to, you know, is it likely or is it unlikely? It's unlikely that is what we're going to be getting. And, you know, all these little things, they're not changing my mind. They're not, I don't see them as teases. I see them largely as either coincidences or trolls or, do you know what I mean? But we ain't got long to find out, have we? We ain't got long to find out. It is a week tomorrow, I believe. A week tomorrow. And then we'll find out, because he's free. It's Chicago. It's a lovely coincidence, because when they booked that venue, CM Punk was still under an AEW contract. So they didn't book it for that reason. But so it's a lovely coincidence. And in all fairness to him, he's also been playing the game. He's put out a few things that have been little teasers as well. So he's certainly stirred up his fans, you know? Defcon Prime said, Van Halen is the devil. Sing Running with the Devil. Van Halen is the devil. Based on the song Running with the Devil. I actually don't know much about Van Halen. It's not a band that I've ever really spent much time with. So, Van Halen are the devil confirmed. By the way, we are still underway with LA Knight and Jimmy Uso. LA Knight should win this, shouldn't he? I think he will, and he should, unless like Solo's going to rob him or something. King Yeti said, I hope the fourth person is Molly Holly. Didn't he put on Twitter a picture of Survivor Series logo? I honestly don't know. I haven't been seeing... he could have. I know that he's been putting some stuff on Instagram. So he has definitely been doing a few little teasers. Against the ropes goes LA Knight. Kick coming in there by Jimmy. BFT connects. 1, 2, 3, and he gets it. Good win for LA Knight. LA Knight gets the win over Jimmy Uso. Road Dogg said, step 1 of the mission is a success. Here is Solo. This is interesting, isn't it? This is very interesting. Because who do you give the win to here? Samoan Spike. You know, Solo is being built up as a monster. He's just beaten John Cena. But then LA Knight is, you know, super over. So, which way do you go? I think you probably put LA Knight over, but you have to protect Solo. So it would have to be like a miscommunication. It'd have to be like Jimmy drops the ball, you know? Because I think Solo winning... Oh, here's Cody. Cody Rhodes making his way down. Shots coming in there by Cody. Hurls Solo into... this is interesting, man. Cody coming down to brawl with the Bloodline. This is really interesting. We did speculate about that earlier when Cody was on the phone. It was like, why is he on SmackDown? Why is he on SmackDown? Because he's feuding with Judgment Day. That's all playing out on Raw. So Cody coming down, going after the Bloodline. This feels like a big statement that Cody is back in amongst the Bloodline feud. And it feels like that could be a big message about WrestleMania 40. So Cody was shown backstage. He's come racing down to the aid of LA Knight. And backstage, here's Bianca. Here's Charlotte. Here's Shotzi. I called her, but I don't know that she's going to make it in time. I called her, and I don't know if she'll make it in time. Well, geez, you haven't given her any time whatsoever. I mean, unless she's like literally up the road. The show's done in 12 minutes. This better be someone on the roster, because even if they were in the building, like finding them and like convincing them to join your team within like a period of 12 minutes before the end of the show, even that would be a challenge. But someone that's potentially not even in the building. Whew. Jeez. A. Jobson said it's got to be Jade's. Liv, question mark. Daniel thinks it's Jade. Let's have a look, see where we are. I'm leaning Becky. But it's a very interesting poll because 327 votes have come in for Becky. No, hang on. We've had 327 votes. 41% of those say Becky. 36% say Jade. 15% say other. 8% say Zelina. So clearly not Zelina. She just got beaten up. So we know it's not that. So it's either Becky, Jade, or someone else. Becky leading it at the moment, but there's a chance it could be Jade's. That's it's actually not the worst match to put her in because you haven't really got a. I mean, what do you have to do in a War Games match? Do you know what I mean? You just get in the ring and you just start smashing people around, hitting them with weapons, getting involved in a few multi-person spots, and but the thing is, I wouldn't do Jade unless I knew what I was following it up with. There's not much point bringing Jade in and having her look like a monster, having her look really good, and then she's not around for months. I feel like if you're going to go with her, then you're going to have to follow it up, you know? Which is what makes me think Becky, but it is the last big show for WWE. If they do want to use her this year, then Survivor Series, you know, it would make sense. I think the NXT Deadline makes sense as well, though. It's not a big show, but it is the last premium live event. It's NXT's. So Survivor Series is the main roster's last one, but NXT's last one is Deadline. Right, we're backstage with Cody and Nick Aldis. You got to go. All right. It's gone. Nice to see them two together again. Okay, next week, Judgment Day are taking on the Street Profits. Judgment Day taking on the Street Profits. Better than me. Grayson Waller effect with Kevin Owens. Better than me. No, there ain't nobody. So Kevin Owens on the Grayson Waller effect. Here come the girls. Here come the girls. Women. I never needed you at all. What's the point of LA Knight feuding with the Bloodline when he's already lost to Roman, said Dylan. Well, it gives him something to do. You could make the argument that it's not really about belts. It's not really, it's about, you know, he got robbed, didn't he? The story is that he got robbed by these two. He should be the champion, and if it wasn't for these two, he would be. So you can understand why he wants to get revenge against them. So that's the reason as to why he's doing it. And to be honest, I think he will be the person that defeats Logan. But clearly we're not ready for that. So what else do we do with him? You know? He's had his shot at the big one. He didn't succeed. He's not... I don't think we're ready for him to have the mid-cards. I don't think they've got him factored in to be a tag champ. So you might as well just have him get revenge on Solo and Jimmy. Shotzi has made her way down. Roddy said the fourth woman is Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift is going to be revealed to be the fourth woman. Thank you, Roddy. Shout out to you. King Yeti saying that it's going to be Molly Holly. King Yeti also saying it was Brandy Rhodes. That is who Cody was on the phone to. So it's going to be Brandy. It's going to be Molly Holly. It's going to be Taylor Swift. Keep getting in your thoughts, guys. Who do you think this is going to be? Please be Linda McMahon. I want this to be Linda's farewell. We don't know that we can get this person here on time. Bow down to the Queen. Why have it got to be tonight? Why can't it just be next week? Nick Aldis was a wrong gun for that. He could have given him a week. It's going to be Trini or Sunny, said Mark. That'd be great. You know that Sunny would bring copies of her poetry book and just be like chucking it at them as weapons. Like ninja stars. Bow down to the... There's a Charlotte Flair sign in the crowds. Wasn't expecting that. Can I just say as well, I know it doesn't matter, but that My First WWE show, it's a really bad sign. Horribly spaced. And honestly, you expect it to be like a 7-year-old's. It looks like a dude in his 20s. Okay, Charlotte has accepted. It's going to be Nick's wife, says Fred. The fourth member is Days, said Kieran. Shout out to you. There's a thin line. There's a thin line between love and hate. There's only one person. Okay, so Charlotte says there's a thin line between love and hate. And if we're going to go to war, there's only one person I want on my side, heavily teasing that this is going to be Becky. Here is Damage Control. We took down every girl that you tried to get. So Damage Control are making their way down to the ring. So many of them, they can't even walk side by side. They're having to do the Mighty Ducks. They're having to come down in like the V formation. There's so many of them now. They're getting into the ring. I'd love it if this fourth person doesn't make it, because they always make it. And imagine if they just don't this time. Big time! Big time gets in the ring. The man has come around. So it is going to be Bianca, Becky, Charlotte, and Shotzi taking on Damage Control. She made it. She made it, and she made it with about 4 minutes to spare. Chance of Becky. Fun how we didn't get her music as well. Like, she came through the crowds. She was just running down the road. She was running down the roads in her wrestling gear. So she was out. She was at a local restaurant in her wrestling gear. And she got the call from Charlotte. She just went running down the roads, got to the arena, came through the crowds, and made it with just minutes to spare. Right, we've got a load of women down. They're having a little chat on the floor. I can see Asuka just having a little conversation there. Now we've got a horrible exchange between Io and Charlotte. Now all the women have decided to get back up again. Horrible kick there by Becky. This is awful. I mean, this is awful. Shot there by Becky to Bayley. Why did they lie on the floor for so long? Do you reckon they thought that the show had ended? Do you think they thought that the show was done and then they were lying there? Because I could see Asuka like talking to someone on the floor. And then, like, do you reckon someone went, we're still live, we're still live, and they're like all popped up. Keep going, we're still live, we're still live. Well, there we go. Not the biggest surprise in regards to, I think it was either Becky or Jade. They've gone with Becky. And yeah, I think it's all right. I'm not down on it. Mark said Sunny's finisher could be use your words, not fists. Maybe her finisher could be poetry that just really moves everybody to the point where they're like, guys, why are we even fighting? Yeah, I like that, Mark. I like that. Just really make everyone reflect on, why are we even doing this? That would be a very creative. I don't think I've ever seen that ending in a wrestling match before. So, that would be pushing the boundaries. But it was a bit of a lackluster ending, said French Fries. That wasn't climactic at all, says Kimberly. I thought it would be Mickey James, said Crooks to Boolin. I didn't enjoy the ending or Becky being the fourth person, but it's not terrible, said J-Love. Yeah, put in your scores. I never thought I would seriously see Becky. I'm going with Becky and Charlotte on the same team again. Mark said, I just thought, what would Days name the finisher move? For what finishing move? For that one. The one where she reads poetry and gets everyone to change their perspective. Don't know. Attitude adjustment's already been taken, hasn't it? Don't know. The reflection. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Oh my God, she's hit him with a reflection. Do I want to fight? Am I a lover or a fighter? That'd be nice. King Yeti, shout out to you. Right, people putting in their thoughts. Hayden with a 6. A. Jobson with an 8. Dakota said, do you think Austin will turn on Grayson, leading them into a rivalry? I did, yes. I did. And I suppose to a degree I still do, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Maybe it's going to be like the WrestleMania match. Them two going up against each other with Theory being face. So, but it may not go that way, and I certainly don't think it's going to split before Mania. Draco said 7. Seattle Boxing Talk said we needed Jades. I don't know. Have you seen her wrestle? Like, she's not that great. She's not a great wrestler. She looks great. She's not that great. Like, I think Jade. We might think we need Jades, but I think Jade needs NXT. So I think her rocking up at NXT Deadline and being a boss and actually being around that performance center, I think that's going to be a lot more beneficial for her than her being put on the Survivor Series card. And because, as I said, I wouldn't use her on that match unless you've got follow-up to back it up with. There's not really much point in having her there and then not following it up with anything. That's what I like to call Gable Steveson booking, where you bring him out for like WrestleMania, have him do something, and then you don't see him again for a year. So I think if we don't really have any plans for her, then I think it's right to not use her on Survivor Series. But we got to use her somewhere. We got to use her somehow. So I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that it's NXT Deadline. She ends up going there, having a little run with the belt, and then maybe the feeling could be that we'll call her up like after WrestleMania. Get her over with the crowd, like build her up, unbeaten NXT champ vibes. Take a leaf out of the Asuka playbook. Like Asuka was like a serious threat in NXT, and when she came up, it's like, oh man, game has changed. Oh, when Asuka came up, that was like, oh. I think I'd take that approach with Jades. Put her down in NXT. She can continue to develop, continue to improve, because even she would say that she's got loads to learn, right? And so she can continue to develop, continue to improve. I think the Performance Center is excellent. I think they're brilliant at what they do. And then give her an unbeaten run with the title. Bring her up undefeated. Maybe after WrestleMania. Maybe after SummerSlam, if you really want to, if it's... The thing is, there's not a crazy rush. How old is she? I don't think she's that old. 32? 31? 31. She's got 10 years at least. Easy. I mean, obviously, if she wants to step away and do something else, then so be it. But she's 31. So, 10 years. Let's go. So, if we're going to spend 8 months of a potential 10 years of, like, having her in NXT. I really don't think that's a problem. I don't think that's wrong. I think that's fine. And then you're going to have a better performer, you know? Let's go down. You looked up Jade's age about 20 times now. You keep forgetting her age, says Brony. I can tell you why. It's because I don't care. Things that I don't care about just don't stay in my mind. I know that she's around that kind of early 30s, hence why I was like, I think she's about 32. But I don't care enough to remember her actual age. As long as I'm in the ballpark. As long as I'm like I don't have a conversation saying she's in her early 30s when she's in her early 40s, you know. That's quite a difference. So I was there or thereabouts. But I've looked it up before and I'm sure I'll look it up again. Mitchell said, I'm going to have to go a 5'7", 5 to 6 range. I felt like the second hour dropped off a bit. What about you? Do you know, yeah. I think this show was just sort of there. I don't think that it was that great. I don't think it was a disaster. I think there was lots of little moments that just sort of helped it. I think that you can find little bits throughout the show. I actually like the story that was weaved. It's a story we've seen so many times before, but we didn't rely on the bloodline this time. We relied on who is going to be their partner. That is what carried the weight of tonight's show. Who is going to be the mystery partner? And I don't know if that's going to be compelling enough to have kept people around. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe that is going to be good enough to have kept people around, but I don't know. And I think that this is potentially a show that might struggle a little bit in the ratings compared to recent offerings, because there was no Roman, and we didn't know that Cody was going to be on the show. He wasn't advertised. We didn't know that Becky would be on the show. She wasn't advertised. And we didn't, there was no John Cena. So, you know, there's a bit of star power there that just felt like it's, you know, missing. Means that certainly, you know, we're looking for LA Knight to pick up a little bit of the weight now. I wouldn't, if this bombs, I wouldn't say it was his fault by any means. But he is, you know, he's in the position now where he is one of the biggest faces they've got. So he is going to have to start carrying some of that weight. Again, let me stress, if this does terrible, I don't think it's his fault. But without Roman, without Cody, because we didn't know Cody was on the show, without Roman, without John Cena, without Cody, like, you are looking around going, where's the ratings draws? Where is my ratings coming from? Who's going to bring the eyes in, you know? And I don't know that Solo is going to do it, to be honest. I don't know that Solo is going to be bringing him in. And there's not really a bloodline to really speak of. I mean, you've got Solo and Jimmy. And I thought their segment was incredible because it was just a segment. It didn't get any more hype than that. It was just a segment. We didn't see Heyman backstage. We didn't get any backstage interactions. We didn't have Kayla. You know, think back to like Kayla Braxton knocking on the door and the door opening and like Heyman coming out or what. We didn't get any of that. It was a segment, just a normal segment. The mighty bloodline have been reduced to just a normal segment in the middle of the show. So it's very clear that we are trying to not rely on the bloodline anymore. And so we're now having to try and rely on other stuff. This is a rocky time. This is a turbulent time for SmackDown because it's going through its biggest change in years. Because for years, we've relied on the bloodline and we're not relying on the bloodline anymore. And I know that Roman has been away, but we had John Cena around to pick up the slack, and he did a great job of bringing in fans and bringing in excitement and getting people to tune in. Well, we don't have John Cena anymore. Roman's not around. So we don't have John. We don't have much of a bloodline. We're clearly trying to not rely on the bloodline. We're clearly trying to rely on other things. I think this is going to be rocky. I think this is going to be a bit turbulent. I think you're going to have some bad shows as we're trying to find the next thing to, strap this show to. So, yeah, this is going to be a very interesting time for SmackDown. But there's still some good stuff there. I'm loving Santos. Yeah, I thought his promo was really good. And obviously LA Knight's really over. So they can definitely lean on that popularity. So, yeah, I'm not saying this was a disaster. But what I am saying is that we're in a very interesting place with the show. Because we are, for the first time in years, having to try something different now. And that can only be good for all that talent that has been a bit overlooked. But the problem is it's been a bit overlooked and it's not had the TV time that it kind of has needed. And so there's just a load of people around that just feel a bit cold. And Raw is kind of going through the same as well. I mean, we're kind of having to lean on a lot of new faces over there as well. So this feels like a real interesting time for WWE, because I think you could say that for the end of last year and the start of this year, we were still maybe running off the fumes of what Vince had put in place. Whereas now, I think that cycle has come to an end. And I think kind of what we're seeing now is very much the Triple H vision. And we've seen lots of Triple H vision throughout this year. But with Bloodline kind of wrapping up, and now the need for us to bring in other stars and give them TV time, we're now seeing what Triple H would do and what he's doing to take WWE into its next phase. So it's very interesting. So yeah, not the strongest show, but a transitional period, and a transitional period that I really hope is not going to last too long. I mean, to be honest, we will still get Roman to come back. It's not like Roman's gone forever. So there are going to have to be weeks like this where we don't have Roman and we just, run with whatever we're running with. But Roman can still come back and save the day if the ratings do plummet. But, eventually we can't rely on that. We're going to get to the point where Roman's going to go away. And, we do need someone to step in and fill that void. The hope, I'm thinking, is they're hoping Cody is going to be that person. And they're hoping LA Knight is going to continue growing, and backing it up with big segments and big ratings, as well as good merch sales. So, I think it's a very interesting time. If CM Punk and Randy Orton do return, they would go to Raw, so SmackDown would be in trouble, says Michael, especially with no Logan Paul, Cena, and Roman. Jay said, Raw is snore for me at the moment. It's just a 3-hour showcase of long mid-card matches. Elijah said, have you heard that WWE Backlash is going to be in France? I did. Hee hee ha ha said, no CM Punk or Orton, you'll get disappointed. Well, they need a partner, don't they? Because if Drew is going to join them, the heels, the Judgment Day on Monday, then what we just saw from the women, we're going to see from Sammy, Kevin, and Cody. So I think they need someone. I think the front runner is Randy. I think there are people out there hoping that it will be CM Punk, and there is potential for it to be neither. That is true. But we'll have to wait and see. I do expect someone to come into the conversation on Monday's Raw. Last year, the Usos, Sammy and Solo were carrying the shows, and we also had more Roman. This year, Jimmy seems lost. There's no Jay, there's no Sammy, and there's very limited Roman. We have no world or US titles. Was John Cena not there? He's doing his new film, said Dean. End the brand split and get both shows to help each other because Raw is hurting and SmackDown is starting to hurt. James said, I wish AJ had returned tonight. Kashawn said, what do you rate the show? Yeah, probably about a 6, and I think that is very fair. I think that's fair. I know some might say it's low, but I am a big believer in if a show is just okay, say that it's just okay. Because to be honest, if you say a show is good or really good or great, and you say that all the time, no one's going to listen to you. No one's going to listen to you because you're just saying everything's great, and clearly not everything is going to be great. So I think this show was okay. I genuinely thought it was okay. I didn't find it a chore to watch. I didn't think it was a disaster. I didn't think the show was horrific. I really liked the Santos promo. I don't mind the little tease as who's going to join the women. Yes, it's a tease we've seen many times before. It's not very original, but fine. You know, who's going to join them? They tried to get some members. They tried to get Michin. They tried to get Zelina. They got attacked. The little mystery about who was Cody on the phone with. I mean, we still don't know the answer to that. I don't know that that was related to the main event. Maybe it was. Maybe he was on the phone to LA Knight. Maybe he wasn't. So little tease there. I don't mind that. I think that there was, you know, a few bits throughout the show that just stopped it from being a disaster. If some of that had been taken away, then you know, we'd be down in a 5, and you know, we'd be sinking. If those little things hadn't been there, and then the in-ring had been actively bad, then that's when I'm looking at 3s, 2s, 4s. You know, that's what would get me to that range. If the in-ring matches had been bad, I just think the matches were a bit dull, to be honest. I think they were a bit dull. I don't think the matches do much lifting of the score, but they don't hurt the score either. I'm a believer that, like, you start at like a 6 and you kind of go down for the negatives, or you go up for the positives. So, like, you know, there's a few things that bring the score down, but then there's a few things that bring it back up again. And so I kind of just settle on the 6 that I start at. I just think it was okay. But if anyone wants to tell me that this was a disaster, I would listen. If someone wants to tell me this was great, I would listen. I just think it strikes me, the word I would use for this show is transitional. That's the word I would use. It feels like a show where we're now starting to not rely on Cena, not rely on the Bloodline, and we're starting to look at what can we rely on, what can we look at. And I thought last week was a great show. I really enjoyed last week. I think I gave it like a 7.75, I think. And, you know, this is where we got the Santos split with Ray. This is where we got Asuka joining up with Damage Control. We obviously got the first interaction between Kyrie and Bayley. So we got that as well. So, you know, last week there was a few big things that happened. This week we didn't really get big things that happened other than Becky joining. We just got like continuation of those stories. So transitional is probably the word I would use. Right, let's get a few final thoughts and then we'll look to wrap this up. Dakota said, do you think CM Punk will win the 2024 Royal Rumble? No. Michael says, what I think the Survivor Series match card is going to be 2 War Games matches, LA Knight and AJ versus Solo and Jimmy, Miz versus Gunther, Rhea versus Zoe Stark, and Escobar against Carlito. Big Time said, Axiom against Dragon Lee, Grayson, Grimes, bare bones for star power. George Vlogs, shout out to you. James said, I honestly enjoyed Collision more than SmackDown tonight. George said, WWE is letting people vote for who gets the advantage in the women's match. They've announced this just now on Instagram. Thoughts? I like it. I like it because I think we do the same thing all the time, which is we do a match and the winner of the match, their team gets the advantage. I like trying something different. I I can't see how Damage Control would win that, though, because Damage Control are not popular. So I would like Damage Control to be fuming about that, because that feels very unfair. They are about winning at any cost. And if cheating has to be brought in, then cheating has to be brought in. So I like the fact we're trying something different. I like the fact that we're not just relying on a match like we're doing with the men on Monday. But it is unfair to Damage Control, because Damage Control, no one told them that this was a popularity contest. No one has ever told them that they need the support of the fans. Because what do you actually need the support of the fans for? That's not going to help you win a Rumble in kayfabe, right? In kayfabe. Because we know that like LA Knight wouldn't be getting booked the way he is if it wasn't for the fans. But in kayfabe, we're not meant to know that. So in kayfabe, why do Damage Control need the fans? They don't. They aren't going to help them win the Rumble. They aren't going to help them win a title, right? The fans just watch what happens. Whereas now the fans have actually got some power. They've got the ability to decide who gets the advantage. And so surely the fans, the casuals, the kids, they're going to choose Bianca and Becky and Charlotte. They're not going to choose Damage Control. So if I'm Damage Control, I'm flipping fuming. So how is that fair? When did wrestling become a popularity contest? So for me personally, I like trying something different, but I hope Damage Control are furious about it. And I'd imagine they would be. I'd like to see that segment. I'd like to see that interview. I'd like to see them going off their rockers about like, how is this fair? How does this make any sense? When did wrestling become a popularity contest? When did we care about what the people want? I'd love to see that. That feels like a perfect segment for the bump or for Talking Smack. You know, those backstage interviews. LA Knight versus Stone Cold versus The Rock would be a good match for the WWF title, says Michael. Big Time said, what is with Tony Khan wasting Athena and hiding her in Ring of Honor? You'll have to ask him. I think part of it is he wants a decent wrestler, female wrestler for Ring of Honor. And he wants a reason. Because the thing is, you have to subscribe to Honor Club. So I can sort of see it where I think Ring of Honor should be their NXT. But the problem is, how many people are going to pay for that? Because at the moment, Ring of Honor's business model is it makes its money with people being subscribed to Honor Club. So you kind of do need some star power. You do need some wrestlers like Samoa Joe, Athena, Claudio, MJF's the current Ring of Honor. How often he's on Ring of Honor, I have no idea. But, you know, you do need a bit of star power in order to convince people to be subscribed to Honor Club. But I don't think that's what the right thing they should do. I think that they need to try and find a different business model for that. They need to try and get Ring of Honor on TV like NXT is. And they need to try and find a way of Ring of Honor kind of being the home for the upcoming talent. I'd have Nick Wayne in Ring of Honor. I'd have Julia Hart in Ring of Honor. I'd have Sky Blue in Ring of Honor. I'd have Wheeler Yuta in Ring of Honor. I'd have probably Garcia in there. I'd have, God, I don't know. Anthony Ogogo would be in there. Maybe, trying to think, young, upcoming people that are, I mean, some of these, you know, Garcia, you could make an argument, has been on Dynamite and in AEW so long now that he's fine to be on Dynamite. But I just think we've never quite found the right thing for him. Like, maybe this dancing thing is the right thing. So maybe we've finally got where we need to be. But I would make the argument that up until this point, we've struggled with him. He's a great talent, but we've struggled to kind of figure out how we should use him. And I think NXT, as I've said before, isn't just about training. It's about people finding the right gimmick. Look at Baron Corbin, who's down there trying to figure out what his gimmick should be going forwards. So I think that it provides a few different purposes, and I think Ring of Honor could do the same. So for someone like Garcia, who I think is a great talent, and I don't think would be there to necessarily learn wrestling, he would be there to figure out, who am I? What's my entrance music? What's my presentation? Rather than trying to figure it out on Dynamite, when Dynamite should just be people that have got that stuff figured out and, you know, great stories and great characters. A lot of that kind of meddling around, faffing around, trial and error, people not quite good enough. Does this gimmick work? We'll give it a go. Get rid of all that. Get it out of Dynamite. Get it out the way. It's in the way. Push all that to Ring of Honor and just have Dynamite with your, you know, your Kenny Omegas, your Jerichos, your powerhouse Hobbs, once Hobbs figured out who he is, which he may have now. You know, all these people that know who they are, they're comfortable in their characters, and we just work with them, get good creative, and those people that are not quite ready, off you go to Ring of Honor, fix what needs fixing. Once you're ready, we'll bring you back. So, yeah, I think Athena's probably down there to sell subscriptions. I think long term, they need to find a different business model. And they need to find a way of them not relying on people that are subscribed to Honor Club, if they can. There was rumors, wasn't there, that the CW network was interested in having Ring of Honor, and apparently Tony Khan turned it down. I heard that rumor, which, listen, he knows the financials of that business much better than me. So if he thinks that it's more beneficial for him to not put it onto the CW network, and it's actually going to be more financially beneficial for him to keep running with what he's got, I'm no criticism. He knows what he's doing in that regard much better than I know what he's doing, because I don't have those numbers. So I'm not criticizing him for it, but that is the kind of thing that I think would help if he could get it onto TV. Get it onto TV and don't worry about it. You know, the ratings will do whatever the ratings do. And if they end up pulling the plug, they end up pulling the plug. But at least you can then get your business in the way that you want it to be set up. Because I just don't think that it's set up right at the moment. I don't think it's set up right. But part of this is because we're having to, you know, Ring of Honor was never part of the plan, was it? When they started AEW, that dropped in once the opportunity arose to get it. So it's hard to criticize him because he's having to play the hand that he's being dealt. He's being dealt having Ring of Honor. The opportunity came to buy it. He bought it. Good. So now what do you do with it? Well, how do I use it? You know, now you've got to figure that out and try and maximize it the best way you can. So we can debate whether he's doing that right or wrong, but I think that's why Athena's there. What are your thoughts on Logan saving Ray from a broken neck? My thoughts are he didn't save Ray from a broken neck. My thoughts are that it's a brilliant title. It's a brilliant thumbnail. It's a brilliant thing for Logan to brag about, but he didn't save him from a broken neck. Because if you look at the replay of it, when Ray is coming back down, he's not coming down head first. He's coming down with him like starting to rotate round and his hands are out. So if that was left to run, then I feel good that Ray would have took a lot of that impact with his hands, because his hands are starting to come out. And by the time he gets caught is about here. And so I think he would have got round to about here, right? I think he definitely would have took a knock. And I think that he definitely could have sustained an injury of some description. But to go to the extreme of the scale, to go like there's a scale as to what injury he could have sustained, right? So he's come off, he's gone over, he's starting to come down, and there's a scale as to what the outcome would have been. The extreme of that scale, the furthest you could go, is that he saved his life. I saved his life, right? A little bit further in from that, but still right to the end of that scale, is I saved him from a broken neck, right? And it's just funny how everyone has gone right to that end of the scale. They've gone all the way down to that end of the scale. It could have been even further back than that, you know. I saved him from whiplash. I saved him from bruising his face. Like, I saved him from knocking his head against the ring, as he came crashing down. I saved him from a concussion. Could have been a concussion. Could have come down, hit his head, and suffered a concussion. It's just funny how, like, saved his life, saved him from a broken neck. Because it looks so good in a title, it looks so good in an article. If you want to get someone's attention to read your article or watch your video, Logan Paul just saved Rey Mysterio from a broken neck. Click here for more details. And the thing is, when you watch the video, yeah, you go, oh, God, yeah, he did really well to catch him. And he did. I mean, he did. He did do really well to catch him. There's no shade on Logan. But I looking at it, to me, it looks like as he's coming down, his hands are starting to come out. I really don't think he was taking that impact solely with his head. And I don't think it would have resulted in him losing his life. I really, really don't. So I think that it was a good catch. I think that Logan is right when he says, though, that he was too far out as well. I think that, as Rey comes off, Logan's too far away. So Logan has admitted that, in all credit to him, said, yeah, I'll take the praise, but I also have to admit I was too far back as well. But he caught it. We can never truly know what the outcome was going to be because it never actually happened. So we can never truly know. But it is just funny how, like, all these websites and everything just go to the extreme because that's what's going to get you clicks. That's what's going to get you views. So my feeling on it is that I don't think he would have lost his life and I don't think he would have broken his neck. But I do think he would have suffered some sort of injury. I do think that it would have been a nasty impact. It would have been, could have like bust his nose, could have got concussion, could have got something nasty out of it. I'm still not playing it down that it was nothing. Still not playing it down that it was all, it would have been fine. Nah, it would have been fine. It would have landed. It would have been fine. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I think Logan definitely by catching him did stop some sort of injury. But I don't know where that injury would be, and neither does anyone else. So all these that say it saved him from a broken neck, saved his life, and all that kind of stuff. Shut up. You ain't got a clue. You ain't got a clue. It's just a case of like it looks good on a video. But I have a new rule for the. What time is it? Oh man, let's try and get a few more comments and then we'll wrap it up. I keep saying that, but I do enjoy chatting with people. So, did you see reports All In will be an annual event? The hope by many was that it would be their WrestleMania, but if it's going to be held at the same venue, then it's hard to see it that way. I didn't see that it was going to be annual. I mean, I believe it is going to be annual, but I didn't realize that it was going to be at Wembley every year. Yeah, I don't think you can call that their WrestleMania if it's going to be at Wembley every year. I think it should move. I think it's brilliant that Wembley got it, and I think it's brilliant Wembley's getting it again, but yeah, it should move. Because to be honest, it will stop being special as well. If you can go to it any year, then yeah. I mean, it's difficult though, isn't it? Because maybe they should just give the UK like an arena show one year. Do the O2 Arena, do Full Gear at the O2 Arena. And then when you come back to do a Wembley show again, it's going to feel special again. So I agree. Big show. And it definitely feels the closest they've got to a WrestleMania. But yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll do Wembley every year forever. Obviously, I'm sure it won't. Maybe for the next 5 years they'll do it. But if those ticket sales start to struggle, then I would imagine they'll soon move it. James said, "What about the up-and-comer Ric Flair? I've heard big things about that rookie Hall of Famer in the making." Yeah. He is someone to keep an eye on in every sense of the word, James. You are right. Okay, Dakota said, "I've got a new rule for the unified titles, like the tag titles. If you're the undisputed tag champ, then you should defend the titles on SmackDown and Raw. And if you lose it on SmackDown, then you lose the SmackDown titles." Yeah, but you'd be losing the... you're basically getting rid of the undisputed, aren't you? So there would only be like one undisputed, because then once you lose that SmackDown title, you're the Raw champion and you've just gone back to two teams having the belts, So I don't know. I mean, for me, I think there should only be one set of tag titles. I don't really think there's enough tag teams around to warrant two divisions. Two separate divisions feels like a lot. I mean, a lot of the times tag matches, we see like teams getting thrown together. We can see we've seen LA Knight and John Cena. We've seen Roman and Solo this year. Like, we've seen Cody teaming up with Sammy, and like lots of different variations of different teams and tag matches. The actual tag divisions, I don't think are that deep. I don't think are really that big. I would say across both brands, I think you've got certainly enough for one set of tag titles, but have you got enough for two? And I wonder if WWE feel that same way as well. So I would actually replace the two belts with one set of like tag belts, and if you're the champs, you've got the freedom to go wherever. I don't mind that. I don't mind the champs having the freedom to go wherever. I don't mind that at all. Same with the women tag champs. I'm trying to think. There's no one else that we do it with, though, is there? We don't do it with anyone else. I was trying to think if there was any other belts that give you that freedom, but I don't believe there is. I think 2 women's champs is fine. 2 men's champs is fine. 2 men's mid-card is fine. Could you have 1 women's mid-cards? Or, how about this? 2 women's mid-card, 1 women's champion. You could have a SmackDown women's champion, Raw women's champion as the mid-card, women's world champion, and the women's world champion has got freedom to go wherever. And I don't know if you should do the same with the guy. That's an interesting conversation. Maybe one for a different time. But yeah, have they got enough for 2 tag divisions? I really like that, I really like, you could have a women's Intercontinental and a women's United States. But I don't know if I'd call them that. Or if I'd just have Raw women's and SmackDown women's and just have the one women's world champion. Because, you can still have the Raw and the women's be big belts. They can still feel really important. But they're still not the women's champion. The women's champion would basically be the Roman Reigns of the women's division. And then it just got me thinking, would you do the same with the guys? But then I suppose there's more guys. So you could make the argument you need a few more, you need more belts. But that's a conversation I think we could really get stuck in. So we might have to save that for a different time. But Days, isn't LA Knight a perfect example of it being a popularity contest? No. Because because in LA Knight is winning matches because of the fans, right? Because the fans want LA Knight to be a success. But we're not meant to know that because it's meant to be that LA Knight is winning matches because he's really good, isn't it? He's meant to be winning matches because he's a really good wrestler and he's one of the best wrestlers, and that's why he's winning. The truth is that he's winning because the fans have got behind him. So you've got like real life and you've got kayfabe. So the kayfabe, the storyline, is that LA Knight is really good. And so when we were talking earlier about the damage control and the fact that that advantage at War Games is being decided by an online poll, you are very much confusing real life and kayfabe, and it's getting a bit messy. So it's a difficult one to kind of talk about, if you will. It's a difficult one to kind of break down because it's a one that can get very easily confusing. But in the world of kayfabe, the fans cheering for LA Knight should not really result in him being more successful. It should just be that they're supporting him, and maybe it does give him a little lift during matches, and it's a nice little thing. But that doesn't explain as to why he's now being so successful, you know, compared to, you know, when he was losing to Bray in the Pitch Black match or whatever, and not even getting onto the shows. So you've got kayfabe and you've got real life, and again, that feels like a whole different conversation for a different time. The Universal Tag Team Championship belts. That would be good. Yeah, I think, for me, I'm an old school man. I would love, to be perfectly truthful, I would love one world champion like we used to have with Hulk Hogan. I would love like that to be like the Winged Eagle belt, and I'd put it on Roman. Then I would have a champion of Raw, which could be Seth, and I would have a champion of SmackDown, who can be Logan Paul. And I would have a set of tag belts that go in between both brands. And I honestly don't know what I would do with the Intercontinental and the US title. I honestly don't know what I would do with those belts. That's a quandary, because in a way, my mid-card belts would be the Raw belt and the SmackDown belt, you know, the one that I've just given to Seth and the one that I've just given to Logan. Those are my mid-card belts, really. Those are my new Intercontinental and United States. It's just I'm trying to make them feel like they are the very top of those brands rather than in the middle. I'm trying to make them the very, very top. And above all of that would be Roman with the Winged Eagle, you know. So as a starting point, that's something I would look at for the guys. Now, whether you could introduce like a cruiserweight title, that could be kind of interesting. Maybe I would do that. Maybe I'd have Roman as the top guy with the heavyweight belt, but next to Roman would be someone equally as big, but just representing the smaller division, which would be 205 or below. That would give me 4 belts, which would be the same as what we've got now. I think I would do that, actually. I think I would do that. I think I would do Raw Championship, SmackDown Championship. Those belts make you basically the guy on those brands. And then above that, even bigger than that, is 2 belts that oversee all of WWE. If you've got either of these belts, you can go to NXT, you can go to Raw, you can go to SmackDown. You've got the freedom to go wherever you want to go. You've got free reign, 2 belts. One is Roman's, and the other would be a light heavyweight belt, or it would be a middleweight belt, or however you want to word it. And that belt would be on someone like, maybe I'd put it on Santos at the moment, you know, or maybe it'd be on Ray, and it would be building towards Ray against Santos, and that person would have freedom to go anywhere. And that person would represent all the wrestlers that weigh 205 pounds or below. So Brock couldn't go for that. Roman couldn't go for that. Seth couldn't go for that. Anyone can go for Romans. Anyone can go for Romans. But only people that are 205 or below can go for the light heavyweight one. So I'd probably look to set it that way and then have the tag belts go between the two. That is 4 belts, if you ignore the tag, which is the exact same of what we've got now. We've got Seth's, we've got Roman's, we've got Logan's, we've got Gunther's. It's the same number of belts. I've just sort of tweaked it a little bit. So I'm really making those mid-card belts that Seth and Logan would have feel a bit more important. Because you basically are the man on that brand. You do represent that brand. The only people that are ahead of you would be those other 2 champions. And they've got the freedom to go wherever. And to be honest, even if I'm Seth, the person that's got the light heavyweight belt, you could even make the argument, is he above me? Because I can't even compete for that belt. So is he above me? Maybe there's, in my world, it's only really Roman that's above me. So I don't mind that setup at all. So yeah, but I do think just one set of tag belts, and I'd look to bring in that old school 80s design, man. I'm old school, you know me. I love the golden era. Let's go. So I would look to bring in like that design, and for the women, I would do the same. I'd have a Raw belt, I'd have a SmackDown belt, and I'd have a women's world champion. I don't think I would bring in a lower weight class for that one, because I think, to be honest, I don't know if there's as much variety in size. I mean, I suppose you could say, well, what about Candice and what about Nia? But we're not dealing with loads of women, are we? We haven't really got loads of women. I don't think we've got enough for a division of just small women. So I don't know that I would introduce that small belt, but I could do. Could do it. I could, but I don't know what the parameter would be for the women. It wouldn't work. 205, you'd have to go much lower. So I could have a women's heavyweight champion that oversees all the brands, and I could have a women's light heavyweight champion that represents, I don't know, 150 and below, something like that. I don't know, wherever it falls. So I could look to do the same with the women. I don't know that the United States title does it for me. Intercontinental I like, and there'd be uproar at losing that, and I understand that. But yeah, the United States just has never really meant anything, because the brand is too global. Gone are the days where being the best in the US was a thing. That's a territory thing. I think it's old school. I think that now WWE is, doing a show in France, doing a show in Berlin, doing a show in Australia. Like, being the United States champion feels like some of this should probably just be in NXT. And in fact, it is. The North American Championship is very much in NXT. So it's weird, isn't it? If you think about it, we've got a North American Championship, which represents Mexico, Canada, and the USA, which, if you've got that belt, should mean you're really the best of that area. And then if you go to the main roster, you can win the United States belt, which is a much smaller territory than, Mexico, USA, and Canada. So just from that point of view, it feels a bit messy. So I would like to see that get tidied up a little bit. People don't like change, though. That would upset a load of people if you got rid of the Intercontinental, which I would understand. There would be backlash to it, and rightfully so. But I wouldn't mind having a little look at a change, to be honest. I wouldn't mind. I mean, I'd probably just park it. I'd just put it to the side for the moment, It can always come back if what we put in place doesn't quite work, but I think I would like to tweak it a little bit. Yeah. And I don't think we need 2 tag belts. I really don't. A. Jobson said, if Punk does show up, that builds him will shake louder than last time and he should come out to his original theme. That song was a banger. Ledge Killer said, what do you think of a face-to-face like in boxing? You can do face-to-face. I think it splits the crowds. I think it's doable, but it's not preferable. So, you know, we did it with Hogan and Warrior and it worked, and you can point to that as something that worked, and there's been other examples, so it works. You can do it, but I think that it's obviously a lot, the pinnacle, the best is to have a monster heel that people actively hate, and to have a monster babyface that people actively love, and then put them in a match. That's obviously the best way of doing it. But face versus face, you can definitely do. The worst is heel versus heel, because if they're heels and they're good at being heels, then people shouldn't like them. So there's no one to cheer for. You've just got to pick the best of two bad choices, which, you know, heel versus heel is just... I'm not going to say it never works, because we might be able to find an example as to where it did work, but there's going to be less examples of it, and certainly less examples of it working. I would say if it worked, it would be the exception rather than the standard. So, but face versus face you could do. The US title is a workhorse belt, said Mr. Quake. Dakota said the IC title is iconic. Randy Orton, CM Punk would be a shocking return, says Andy. A. Jobson said, did you see... We're going to stay around for 10 minutes because I can't believe we've already stuck around this long. Right? We've just managed to get stuck into a few big conversations, and you know what we're like. So we'll stay for 9 minutes. As soon as we get to the hour, we're done. But appreciate people's time this evening. I could see Santos being a sympathetic heel, says Mr. Quake. Did you see the reports that the big signing might be Ospreay? I did. EST said at this point any return would be monumental. Dakota said, do you think LA Knight will win the US title? I do. Yeah, I think he's the one that will get it from Logan. Jim said next week's SmackDown has got a heel against a heel. Oh, what's that? What's that? Trying to think what they announced for next week's SmackDown. Let's have a look. WWE. Judgment Day Street Profits. Yep, good shout. Good shout. Judgment Day Street Profits. Good example. Is Orton coming back on Raw? Is Orton coming back on Raw? I think so. That's where I would expect him to be, yes. Score 7-8 of this show, says Andy. Have you seen the YouTube channel WrestleLamia? I know of it, yes. The experienced noob says Becky gets taken out by Zaya at Survivor Series. Jade Sasha is going to be the replacement. Shahid said it will be Goldberg at Full Gear. Well, we are doing that tomorrow, so we will find out. Jim said Street Profits, Judgment Day. Yep. Definitely heel against heel. No arguing with that. EST said Raw has got the better women's division. Is that Dragunov in the background? No, that's Roman, Cody, and that's not Dragunov. That's Taylor Swift. I want a women's cruiserweight belt, said Mr. Quake. Okay. Maybe there is enough women to do it. I mean, to be honest, I don't really know the various weights. I mean, maybe if we sat down and split the women into, you know, put all their weights and then found the middle, maybe then there would be enough for not really two divisions, because as I said, I'm a big believer that anyone should be able to go after the WWE Championship, the one that Roman's got, right? anyone should go for that. But if you do introduce a cruiserweight belt, then clearly there's only going to be certain people that can go for that, and you need to make sure you've got enough people. So, you know, where do you draw that line in the women's division? I think you'd have to sit down and see where the average is and then go from there. Jade should be the replacement if that happens, said Hacker of Tomorrow. Punk was seen with AEW talents and talks. He shows up as the Devil. Who should be on the cover of WWE 2K24? Probably Cody. Cody and Jade would be quite funny, wouldn't it? If you think about just a few years ago, they were both in AEW. So Cody and Jade would be quite a funny two to put on there. Cody, because I think he wins at WrestleMania. And he wasn't on the cover this year, was he? Wasn't it Ray? Was Ray this year? And I remember Becky and Roman. And can't remember who else has been on the cover, to be honest. But has Cody made it onto a cover yet? If the answer is yes, then maybe not Cody. But if the answer is no, then Cody. Jim said the Dream Team once had matches against Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov. Don't remember, to be honest. Don't remember that. Dream Team, am I right in saying that was British Bulldog, Brutus, Beefcake, and the Barber. That is the Barber thingy. Greg Valentine. I think that was the Dream Team, wasn't it? EST said, I don't think we will see Jade wrestle until the Rumble. Where are we? 4 minutes. How many matches has Tony added to Full Gear? Oh, I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Has any more been added tonight? Let's have a little look. There's 11. So we have Buddy Matthews against Claudio has been added to the kickoff show. And Eddie Kingston against Jay Lethal. That's also been added. So 2 have been added since we last looked, but both have gone on to the kickoff show. I don't think we even see Jade wrestle until the Rumble. And said that. AJ Styles, Seth Rollins, Brock Lesnar, Stone Cold, Cena, and The Rock. It should be a woman on the cover of 2K24, says Jim. If Roman is wrestling at the Rumble, who will he face? I think it'll be AJ. Because last time we saw AJ, he'd been taken out by the Bloodline. So I'm thinking AJ will return and he'll want revenge on the Bloodline. What happens if MJF wins tomorrow? Is he going to be jumped right after the match and get the title taken again? This angle is stupid. Well, he will be jumped unless the devil comes out and those minions come out to even up the numbers. But they have taken out the Acclaimed. So it's hard to know if they're working with MJF or against MJF because they took out Switchblades, which helped him. But then they took out the Acclaimed, which didn't seem to help him. But he could have just been annoyed with them. You know, there is a belief that MJF is behind the devil thing. So we'll have to see. I mean, there's maybe a chance that MJF wins, gets his belt back. They're about to take it from him, and maybe Samoa Joe makes the save. Because Samoa Joe doesn't want, you know, the bang bang gang around. Samoa Joe wants MJF. So he's not going to want them faffing around and taking the belt. They've had their time. It's Joe's time now. So it would make sense for Joe to come to the save. It would make sense. Are there any AEW talents that you think could jump to WWE? Quite a few. I mean, I think a lot of that talent is grateful for the opportunity that AEW has provided, But I think a lot of that talent would like the exposure, the extra exposure that comes from being on WWE. So, you know, will we never see MJF in WWE? I think at some point we will. I've heard that they like the look of Powerhouse Hobbs. I mean, I think they've got to be impressed with Jamie Hayter. I mean, she's impressed a lot of people. So I would think that she would be someone that they would be interested in at some point. Powerhouse Hobbs is a name that's been mentioned. Wardlow was a name that they seemed impressed with when he was quite hot. That was a name that we've heard. There's been rumors that they've had a few talks with Omega and Bucks. Don't know how serious those talks were. But yeah, I think there's a few in AEW that WWE would be interested in. Who knows? Ricky Starks. You know, Ricky Starks is really good friends with Cody. And Cody could help Ricky Starks find his way to WWE at some point. So there's a few that could definitely make that jump. Dakota, have a good night. Miss Dalgenia said, final question. What are your thoughts about the main card for Survivor Series? I think it's okay. I don't think it's amazing. I think the Judgment Day story has dragged on too long. I think the main matches feel a bit cobbled together. It's like we've got a big group and we just need to find a load of faces to go up against them. We've got Judgment Day. Well, who can we get to go against them? Let's get Cody, Jay, Sammy... should we get Randy back? And then, like, same with the women. We've got Damage Control. Who should we get? Well, let's get Becky. Let's get Charlotte. Should we put Shotzi in there? Like, do you know what I mean? It feels a bit thrown together. It'd be more satisfying if we had a big babyface faction and a big heel faction, and they'd just been sort of like getting involved in each other's way. Not endless matches against each other, but they'd just been interfering and then it exploded. You know, there's this big brawl between them and they're going to meet at War Games. Like, that would be so much better. And I'm sure, you know, people could come up with a million different things that would be better than what we're getting. So I'd say it looks all right. I'd say that, you know, there's some stuff there. Definitely doesn't look dull. Doesn't look like it's going to be a chore to watch. It looks all right. But, I, rather than having one big group and just chucking a load of people together to try and take them down, I would much rather if we had like a babyface group and a heel group and we'd built them both up. Like, the problem with Judgment Day and Sammy and Cody, we've seen those matches so many times. It's just been endless, isn't it? It's been going on for months and months and months. Like, it feels like we're getting this match probably 2 months, 3 months too late, to the point where everyone's exhausted of it. So, like, it's sort of hard to get excited for it, but the star power is very strong. You know, Cody, Sammy, Jey Uso, Finn Balor. I mean, there's lots of star power there. And the women, you could argue, is even better. Asuka, Bianca, Charlotte, Becky, Bayley, Io. I mean, like, it's good. So they've definitely got some big names involved. The builds have been, you know, all right. But I'm sure the show will be good. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag. It's no WrestleMania and it's no Royal Rumble. But you know what? For this time of year where it's a bit so-so, you know, the ratings are not killing it at the moment. It's kind of getting towards Christmas. We know that December's quiet. It's quiet every year. For this time of year, I think it's more than acceptable. More than acceptable. And on that bombshell, we are finally done. A big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. We ended up going so long. We've done over 5 hours chatting away. You know, it's pretty serious. Good conversations. We've chucked a few things around. We've shared our thoughts and put the world to rights, man. I do love these streams because that very much is what it would be like if we went to the pub. We went to the pub and we grabbed a beer and we were chatting away and we were like, what do we think about this? What do we think about that? I feel like that's a pretty good reflection as to the kind of conversations we'd have if we went to the pub and had a pint. That's good. That's the vibe I like. So some good chats there. And If you agreed, awesome. If you disagreed, awesome. Because we're clearly not going to agree on everything, on every topic. But I appreciate people joining us and providing their thoughts on these topics as we've been wrestling with them. We will be back tomorrow for AEW Full Gear. Little bit of a gamble on that show. We'll see how it goes. I didn't know whether to do that or UFC. So we'll see how it goes. So we're doing that tomorrow, and we'll do a Sunday stream on Sunday. Makes sense. And then, of course, we're back on Monday. And Monday, I'm not just saying it, might be one of the biggest, or provide one of the biggest moments of the year. Because if it's going to be Randy, it's undeniable that Randy's return is going to be one of the biggest moments of the year, right? And certainly where there's still that little bit of doubt that it's going to be. You know, I think it's going to be Randy. There are some people out there saying that it's going to be CM Punk. And there's some people out there thinking it might be like AJ Styles, or it could be someone else, right? So we need to see as to how it's going to play out. But I think there's a good chance that it could be Randy. And I think there's a good chance that Monday's Raw is going to be big. And it will certainly provide a big moment if that's what we're going to get. So thanks a lot for joining us. Appreciate the support as always. I'm sorry I kept you hostage, but you can run off and be free now. And I will see you in, I don't know, 18 hours, something like that, as we will be back and ready for AEW Full Gear. Bye for now.